Hey everybody, welcome to another episode of Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. I'm Josh Fox. Listen, COVID is exploding all across the United States right now. We've got to, I hate to sound like a broken record, we've got to stay home, people. Or if we're not staying home, we have to follow the guidelines. They're not that hard. It's possible, as Michael Nigro has said on this program, to create your life within these parameters. It is. I mean, we can't do some of the things that we love to do. We can't run around the streets hugging strangers. We can't go to parades. We can't dine indoors. I don't think we can dine indoors, but we can dine outdoors. We can go for walks. We can acclimatize ourselves to the different seasons. We can do things that don't completely destroy humanity. But what will destroy humanity is this continuing death rate and infection rate of this horrible disease. And we, unfortunately, do not have a government that's taking it seriously. Mike Pence is on vacation in Florida, the head of the coronavirus task force. Donald Trump is somewhere. We're waiting for a saner administration to come in, but we do have to take this upon ourselves. We can do it. We can bring these rates down. We can bring these rates down. We have to try to bring these rates down. And I would have loved to change the name of this program a long time ago, away from staying home to going out and partying with Josh Fox, to running around the streets, embracing your neighbors and having a gay old time with Josh Fox. I would love to go where hopefully at some point in the future we will have that, but we don't right now. And we have to be disciplined for just a little longer to get a handle on this, as the rest of the world is trying to do as well. However, today on Staying Home is not going to be a program where we talk extensively about reason and sanity. Today on Staying Home, we're going straight into wacko land. Yes, all the way down the rabbit hole. My wonderful lifelong friend, Robert Silverman, the terrific journalist, has written a piece in Politico, How MMA Fighters Magnify QAnon for MAGA World. This is quite an alliterative title, which I appreciate the poetry of it. How MMA fighters magnify QAnon for MAGA world. What does this all mean? We're going to find out, but I think we have to understand that it is not just upon us these days to shrug our shoulders and look at people who are insane and go, oh my God, they're insane. It is upon us to say to ourselves, how the hell did we get here? And what exactly do these people believe? And to a great degree, try to, without going insane ourselves, which often I feel prompted to do when reading about this kind of stuff, we do have to enter into this cataclysmic spiral, wormhole, sucking whirlpool of untruth, and try to come out with some sort of psychological portrait of where we are as a nation, and try to draw some conclusions and some lines between these things. So this is one of these articles which I love, and we're going to talk about it at length today, but not just the articles, but the whole culture of this. MMA, something that probably should be outlawed because it's so brutal. I can't watch it for more than 25 seconds. In the same way that we outlawed, I don't know, dog fighting, cat juggling, it's one of the most brutal. I don't understand how anyone can find this fun to watch. QAnon, which I don't even know the depths of my understanding or ignorance of, since it seems to be a constantly moving target of conspiracy wackoness, and MAGA world, of course, which is its own phenomenon, where 70 million people voted for Donald Trump. And we now have QAnon supporters in Congress. So the interesting thing about all of this is the way that it laces in and out of what we would consider, if not legit people, legit mainstream entertainment or mainstream, like MMA is mainstream. Joe Rogan is mainstream. Donald Trump, mainstream. So we're going to take a trip into examining the far right nut job universe for today, because I think it's worthwhile, as long as you can stand it. And my friend Robert Silverman, let's just call him Bob. Bob is very good at withstanding long trips into deep insanity. So, without any further delay, bringing onto the program, my good friend and yours, Mr. Robert Silverman. Hi, Bobby. How are you?
Hi, Josh.
I'm in New Orleans. As you can see, my set has slightly modified. I'm changing I'm in the midst of it. We had some delays from the hurricane, and then, of course,
right,
the world-changing event of, thank God, the election. But you have written this piece, and it's not a short piece. This is not like a tiny little explainer. This is like a real in-depth, deep dive, journalistic, investigative journalism, deep dive into MMA, QAnon, and their adherents. And so let's just break down. I hope you enjoyed that introduction as a person who can dive deep into insanity like no one else I've known. You and I were both in the play Wojciech at one point in time.
Yeah.
Which is a whole nother thing. But it does feel a little bit like Wojciech and some of the most avant-garde theater and the Coen brothers movies have nothing on reality right now. You notice the Coen brothers are really quiet because the world has gotten stranger than they could ever have imagined. So anyway, tell me a little bit about
all right.
How did you get the notion that this was something important to look at?
It started with like the way a lot of the things I write about does. I saw something on the internet and I got curious, and it was just like I started noticing, and this was probably around April, May. So about a month and a half, 2 months into the lockdown. I just started noticing that a lot of these MMA fighters, particularly on Instagram, were starting to spend a lot of time getting very angry about pedophilia and worrying that child trafficking was a huge concern. And slowly but surely, I watched as it morphed straight into like the actual deep bones of the QAnon conspiracy. Now, to give someone a brief primer on what QAnon is.
Do that, because I think
start there.
This is important, right? Because I don't. There is an origin story of MMA that I don't understand. There's an origin story of QAnon that I also don't understand, and I feel like I need a little bit of. Being a completely nerdy theater, avant-garde film, political. I don't delve a lot into. I try to stay off the internet as much as possible, but I definitely am not in the MMA world. And I was on Joe Rogan's program, but I have no idea who he is. And when I showed up, I thought it was like a 20-minute interview, and it ended up being 2.5 hours.
No.
And anyway, I almost sort of regret doing it. But go ahead, Bob.
Before we get on, briefly, here's what happened. Starting in October of 2017, a figure appeared on a far-right, mainly message board called 4chan. And this person started dropping very obscure, cryptic hints about Hillary Clinton being arrested very shortly, and suggesting that Hillary Clinton was running a secret pedophile ring. This was a conspiracy that was left over from the Pizzagate conspiracy, which flourished towards the end of the election.
Can I just jump in about Pizzagate? So Pizzagate was this idea that in pizza parlors, in the back of pizza parlors, were pedophile rings where young boys and girls were being held hostage.
Yes,
and
one in particular called Comet Ping Pong was the hub of this.
In outside of Washington, D.C., right?
Yes.
And that ordering pizza was code for ordering like young boys. And John Podesta, Hillary Clinton's campaign manager, in his emails was ordering a lot of pizza. So they were saying John Podesta was a pedophile. And I've actually had people who I really trusted, and I do go into this in my performance and in my book, Truth Has Changed, who were also proponents of the flat earth.
Yeah.
And I'll tell that story later. But Pizzagate was the idea that, and then there was a guy who took all this so seriously that he got into his van and drove up from Virginia, went to that pizza place with an AR-15, bust in, and was like, "Where are the kids? Where are the kids? Where are the kids?"
Yeah.
So this was like the fantasy crazy world invading the real world. I have to say, you're tuned in to Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. We'll be right back. You're tuned in to Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. We're talking about how deep does the QAnon rabbit hole go with Robert Silverman with his brilliant new piece, How MMA Fighters Magnify QAnon for MAGA World. Go ahead.
So, around this time on 4chan, someone who proclaims to have Q-level clearance, which is a high-ranking military clearance, is posting information about the Trump administration's secret plan to round up all the high-ranking satanic pedophiles which have infiltrated Hollywood, the Democratic Party, Silicon Valley, and every corridor of power you could imagine. That everyone in the Democratic Party and in any business is actually, all the elites are actually pedophile child imbibers. They actually
so they don't just molest the kids.
No. The kids are being
This is like Soylent Green. The kids are being murdered.
The kids are being murdered for their blood, which is being drunk, and their adrenochrome is being cultivated because adrenochrome provides eternal youth and future success, which clearly is how Tom Hanks stays so young and pretty now.
So
I'm not kidding.
We have a real crisis of children in cages.
Yes.
At the border.
Yes.
We have a very real crisis where women are being given forced hysterectomies.
Correct.
And these have been proven in border camps of ICE and stuff.
Yes.
And Homeland Security. We have real children being tortured and killed and put in solitary confinement. And these people are ignoring all of that.
Correct.
And deciding that there is a high-level guy on 4chan named Q.
Yes.
Is he named Q?
They started calling him Q because he posted that he had Q clearance, which is a level of military clearance.
Which is like the James Bond guy who like has all the secret weapons, right?
That's just the quartermaster. It's slightly different.
Oh, that's different. But so Q is saying that people in Hollywood and Bill Gates and Tom Hanks are drinking the blood
of babies.
For
eternal youth and success. Yes, this is what they believe. They also believe that Donald Trump was secretly recruited by the anti-pedophile forces to stop Hillary Clinton from starting World War III, which would have happened if she had won. Meanwhile, they await this day that they call the storm. And the storm is the day when all of the evil people will be rounded up and brought out, crab-walked in shackles, and taken off to camps to start a great golden age. It is a very, very,
so
very...
that's Nazism, basically.
Yeah, it's also very, very... It hews very closely to evangelical thought. Like, they refer to it, the more and more people learning about this as the Great Awakening, which is an old 19th century evangelical term. It's like the entire notion of a Manichaean struggle between the forces of darkness and the forces of light, is all straight up like eschatological biblical or biblical stuff. Pardon my French. And it hews very closely to it functions like a religion and a cult.
But it also sounds like the Pol Pot religion in Cambodia, where every intellectual, anyone wearing glasses, was taken out into the anyone who had a cooking pot was taken out into the fields and shot and killed by the Khmer Rouge. And we know that this happens in societies all across the world. This is not a rare phenomenon, whether that was in Cambodia, in the killing fields in the 70s, or in Nazi Germany, or in Rwanda. There were powerful figures in the media, specifically radio also, which is interesting because it's Joe Rogan's.
Our own version of radio is, in fact, like our own version of the Rwandan radio it's Facebook. So what happens?
Rwandan radio came out and said that the minority, the Tutsis were intellectuals, that they were plotting against you, and then they were put out into the streets and murdered. This does happen. It happens often on the planet Earth. So this is the kind of rhetoric.
Oh, absolutely. It is eliminationist rhetoric. It is absolute. Like, this is a cult that dreams of a day of violent retribution of their enemies. So what happens is, in any case, it is a relatively small and isolated conspiracy. There are adherents, they are growing, but they're mostly walled off in an obscure posting board. 4chan, if you've ever tried to navigate it, it is not easy to understand if you don't have a familiarity with it. What supercharges the conspiracy is the lockdowns. Because now the conspiracy at that slowly begins to migrate. And it's not just appearing on 4chan, it's appearing in Facebook groups, and it's appearing on Instagram, and it's appearing on TikTok, and it's appearing on Pinterest. It's suddenly migrating to the kinds of social platforms that more and more people are attracted to. And during the lockdowns, when there is an actual global threat that can't really be explained, someone coming in and saying, actually, I have the answer to this. The COVID virus was genetically engineered in a lab and created so that Bill Gates could administer a vaccine that had a tracking chip that would be embedded inside you, suddenly makes a lot of sense. So during the...
Well, when we all have a tracking chip, it's not embedded inside of us, it's in our phone. We can't, everybody's carrying them around anyway.
I know. But during...
It's amazing how there's a parallel to almost things that are happening in the real world, right? We are being tracked at every moment by our phones. We don't need to have them subcutaneously administered. We are doing this voluntarily, right?
Of course.
And it is also very difficult to even just turn them off.
Right.
So
during the pandemic, was a golden age for conspiracy theorists, and they all begin to mingle and begin trading off ideas. The anti-vaxxers got heavily involved with QAnon people because there was, a need for an actual vaccine. That the flat Earth people too started jumping on board the train, and at its peak, there were at least, by one estimate, there were 4 million people in Facebook groups dedicated to QAnon, probably at around July and August. Like, the thing about...
And now that Facebook is taking them down, apparently, right?
Facebook is taking them down. There is a problem, though. Facebook is only removing the public-facing pages. The real activity on Facebook is in private groups, which can't be moderated at all, or at least Facebook isn't willing to moderate them and deal with them right now. So,
and also, there's a new social media coming out right now called Parler, where there's
Parler. Yeah,
Parler,
Parlay.
Well, I like Parler.
Depending on how
juggling fiends no
longer believe Palter with us in a double sense, that give the word of promise to our ear and break it from our hope. We are yet but young indeed. So in any case,
I think we should call it Palter. I'm not going to call it Parler. It's called Palter.
Well, I'll get a couple of VC guys, some guys in like Fleece Half Zips, and we'll pitch me ideas, see if we can get some.
For those of you who don't understand what Bob and I were just doing, we were also in a several productions, many years ago, of the Scottish play, which is a play by Shakespeare, which we don't say the name of inside of a theater because it's bad luck.
Bad things
Speaking of which, bad things happen. And that play is the play where the person murders the king in the middle of the night, and there's the Lady M. You understand we're quoting from it, because in that play, and this is a very apt analogy actually, there are these witches, and they come out and they say, you should be king. You will be king hereafter, and all these wonderful. You'll be Thane of Cawdor. You'll be the king. They say all these things to the guy, and the guy's like, oh, that sounds great. They neglect to mention that he's going to have to kill all of his friends. His wife is going to go crazy and commit suicide, and he's going to be dead in 3 days. They forget that part. Right. So paltering in a double sense, meaning that I have this funny feeling that there's somebody out there who, like the witches in that Scottish play, who is just toying with this whole thing, and they're just like laughing somewhere.
Well, there are a lot of theories about who was the original Q poster.
Who started this?
Yeah, and there's a non-zero chance it's at least some of them. Is this guy in the Philippines by the name of Jim Watkins, who, because after 4chan eventually actually even kicked them off, and they moved to an even more sketchy website called 8chan.
Oh, right.
But in any case, so...
Anyway, let's not go down that rabbit hole.
Not going down that road. During the summer when all these MMA fighters get hooked. It's right around the time when everyone is locked up and suddenly spending a lot of time in front of their computer, and the conspiracy is becoming far more broad. So even if you're not into the whole Oprah Winfrey is actually in Gitmo part of the conspiracy, or the JFK is secretly alive and is going to be Donald Trump's vice president part of the conspiracy, what you can latch on to
is this real?
Yes.
Well, okay.
What you can, the part of it that you can latch on to is this general panic about children being harmed. And at this point, the conspiracy starts getting spread by like lifestyle influencers and wellness Instagram posters and people in general terms who talk about alternative medicine. And MMA guys are already in these worlds and they get hooked. There are at least 24 MMA fighters, and they all have a vague notion. Like, only a couple are deeply into it. The rest are just the ones saying that 5G technology is actually a mind control device, or believe that the COVID-19 was genetically engineered in a lab, or believe that like the lockdowns are part of the New World Order's secret conspiracy to enslave and control us all. So they all pick and choose the various parts of the conspiracy that they like, and they are very comfortable about sharing it on their own social media accounts.
Right.
Yeah. Now,
hold on. You're
sure.
You're tuned into Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. My guest is Bob Silverman. We'll be right back. You're tuned into Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. My guest is Bob Silverman. We're talking about how MMA fighters magnify QAnon for MAGA World, his new piece in Politico. Very brilliant piece. You should read this. So legit people start latching onto the pieces of this that they believe in.
Right.
And these MMA fighters, although they seem like a sort of obscure corner of the violent universe, have a lot of influence on a lot of people.
They do. These are people with millions of followers themselves on various social media platforms. But the thing that makes the reason why they in particular get into this is MMA and UFC, which is the main promotion of MMA fighting in particular, are rabid Trump backers. The president of UFC spoke at the 2016 and the 2020 RNCs. UFC fighters.
Dana White,
real piece of work. Like, there are tons of, like, when Donald Trump got booed at the World Series, that the Washington Nationals won back in 2019, that he went around and he tried to find a sporting event he could attend without getting booed. And so he went to a UFC fight at Madison Square Garden, and he still got kind of booed. But that was his
booed
goal.
less.
Yes, booed less. Like, the relationship between white.
You should have heard
that
booing. That booing was the most magnificent booing that ever happened.
Oh, yeah.
Go ahead.
So, while the QAnon conspiracy isn't explicitly partisan, it very much has proliferated in MAGA world. So that's another reason why they were all exposed to it. And they were all very much a part of the Trump campaign. This fighter who is a QAnon believer in the very sort of superficial way named Jorge Masvidal was running around doing a bus tour with Donald Trump Jr. in Florida about a month before the election. Like, they put his video and Dana White's videos on the Trump campaign's official YouTube page. They were very much using UFC as a campaign arm in the last final weeks of the election. And it is impossible right now. If you talk to a Trump voter, there is a better than 50-50 chance that they are going to believe some part of this conspiracy. If you say QAnon to them, they might not know what they're talking about. But if you say to them, are Democrats the party of Satan? They will say yes. That is how deep this has gone, that, like, in a recent poll, half of all Trump backers also believe some aspect of this conspiracy.
Of the conspiracy, even if they're not articulating it exactly what it is.
Right.
Some of the genetic material of the QAnon has, infected, or actually
it's metastasized now into a general panic that children are being harmed, which is like an ancient kind of conspiracy that goes back to like the heavy metal music panic when you and I were kids.
Well,
it's the same thing.
I was one of those kids. I was a metalhead as a kid. I grew up. I had very long hair. I had metal everything. I went and saw all the shows. I loved the shows.
Right.
I was at Motorhead and Exciter and Merciful Fate when I was 11 years old. And we were kids, so they would always bring us up to the front. It was awesome. And I still can't hear. and I still worship Satan.
Yeah.
And Satan, by the way, well, Satan gets a bad rap. We're going to say there've been more people killed in the name of Jesus Christ, Moses, and Mohammed than anyone who was ever killed by Satan. And I will also say there's a great movie called Hail Satan. I loved this movie. It's a great documentary about Satanists and how they're basically trolling the evangelical world by saying, if you want to put up the 10 Commandments in the state house in, I think it was Arkansas or Alabama, then you must put up also this statue of Beelzebub, which is a great statue. There's a huge Satan statue. And it's really funny, but they were arguing First Amendment rights and how you have to have separation of church and state. And if you're going to have Jesus and the 10 Commandments there, you have to have a huge statue of Satan. But what was interesting about what you're saying was back in the 80s, there were people arrested and put in jail for satanic rituals, right? Quote unquote. And they said they abused children and they were eating the blood of bats. Meanwhile, zero of this was true at all. There was not a single instance of Satanists abusing children. Right. However, in the Catholic Church, there was rampant child abuse. Right. In the so-called legit religion world, rampant abuse. And I have said many times, not many times too much on this program, probably I'll lose some viewers, but I don't give a bat's ass. I am a Satanist. I believe in sex, drugs, and rock and roll, and it's close to my heart. It helps me a lot. And when I went to the hospital and I had an unnecessary procedure because of a mistaken test that was given to me, they asked me what my religion was, and I said Satanism, and they wouldn't put it down. And I told them, this is discrimination. I'm sorry. Anyway, this is all in jest. We're going deep into the insanity.
Right. It is. I mean, what makes... Yeah, it's also, I mean, the thing that's really terrifying, or one of the many things that's very terrifying about this, is it's a deeply anti-Semitic conspiracy at its core. Right. It goes back to like the whole thing about kids being killed and cultivated for their blood is the blood libel. That's to the ancient conspiracy that Christians have propagated for centuries now, that Jews were secretly killing their children to consume their blood. And of course, the QAnon people very much are of the belief that George Soros is funding the evil democratic Satanists, and that there is secretly, or the evil Jews in the media, are in fact helping to cover up these evil crimes. Like, it is a profoundly anti-Semitic conspiracy theory at its core. And you cannot, and unfortunately, I don't think it's going anywhere, especially now that it's metastasized in such a generic way that anyone can glom onto it with very little knowledge. It's why, like in Hollywood a couple of months ago, there were these marches that they were having called Save the Children. And it was in Hollywood, California, during the lockdowns, they're marching down the street, not wearing masks, and holding signs that are saying, Save the Children. And if you ask them, what children are you talking about? They can't really answer. There's just this in-show panic that somehow, someone powerful, evil forces, the man behind the curtain, is somehow harming children that they've never heard of. And of course, as you said, at the same time, like the actual damage being done to children in America as poverty is on the rise, as the inequality is on the rise, as food insecurity is on the rise, as a generation of the poorest kids being kept from in-person learning because of the pandemic are going to suffer massive developmental setbacks. Like, of course, it's an effective conspiracy because it hooks just close enough to actual real-world problems that it's plausible. Well, but unfortunately, those real-world problems aren't like figuring out how to solve like poverty and inequality. You can't do.
They're not being perpetrated by satanic Jews.
No,
they're being perpetrated by Donald Trump himself.
Right,
and that is the real tragedy of all of this.
It's terrifying. And so, Trump on 2 separate occasions was asked, like, what is the deal with this QAnon conspiracy? Do you want to disavow this? And he couldn't bring himself to do it. Like the first time he was asked in August, they were like, do you disavow this? It was shortly after. It's the
same thing of not disavowing the white supremacists on the debate stage.
Right. And what he said was, well, I just heard they're patriots who love this country and like me.
Right. They like him. That's all he
They
heard.
like him, and that's all he can process. And they asked him again during the town hall in NBC on October 15th, and he was asked multiple times, like, he was told, these are people who think that you are leading a fight against satanic forces to rid the world of pedophiles. Can you disavow that? And he goes, well, you don't know that's true. And she's like, yes, I do. I know that's true. I'm telling you this. And he goes, I just know that they're trying to fight pedophilia very hard, which is exactly the lie that they've been propagating. In fact, actual child trafficking advocates and nonprofits working to stop human trafficking have begged QAnon to please stop doing that. They're causing massive harm to their efforts. Legit advocates for children's health and safety. They're saying, please shut the heck up about this. You are making things far, far worse, and they will not hear it. So it's bad.
It comes down to so it's bad. I mean, let's talk about the infiltration into the legit world. Right. There seems to be a suite of values here. Pumping iron, sort of hostile, or I would say toxic masculinity, a lot of eating of meat. And Alex Jones, who declared famously on his program that he was ready to eat his neighbors.
Neighbors took us, I think, is the exact part of the body.
Well, he was going to eat his neighbors, because if we get to a point of food insecurity during COVID where there's no food on the shelves, I will eat my neighbors, is what he said. And meanwhile, Alex Jones and one of the trainers, you could give me the name of UFC or MMA, go on the most popular podcast in the United States.
Right.
Joe Rogan, who is paid $100 million to bring his show to Spotify.
Right.
Meanwhile, Spotify pays musicians nothing, but we're not going to talk about that. Joe Rogan, $100 million from Spotify, a legit app, a program which has one of the highest ratings, a program which I myself went on, I think it was 2014, you can look it up. And this is that suite of values there. Talk about how dangerous it is for a person like Joe Rogan. Let me just say this first. You're tuned into Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. I'm Josh Fox. My guest is Robert Silverman. We'll be right back. You're tuned in to Staying Home, your revolutionary guide to the Green New Deal. I'm Josh Fox. My guest is Robert Silverman. We're talking about how MMA fighters magnify QAnon for MAGA World. His new piece in Politico, important to read it. Why is Joe Rogan such an important part of this story?
Well, because Joe Rogan ended up being he was a megaphone for this. Especially what Joe Rogan, he brought on a guy who appeared on the show many times, a guy named Eddie Bravo, who is he's a respected figure in mixed martial arts. He runs a string of jiu-jitsu schools, Brazilian jiu-jitsu in particular, called 10th Planet. 10th Planet, he's trained UFC champions, many fighters train at his gym, and his gym is a hub of conspiracy theories. Eddie Bravo himself believes every conspiracy. Eddie Bravo believes the earth is flat. Eddie Bravo believes the moon landing was faked. And Eddie Bravo, of course, believes QAnon. And he goes on the show in January, and for 10 minutes, he's convinced, he's telling Rogan that QAnon is real. He did the same actually 2 years prior to that, and he was sort of like just talking about it in general ways, and he didn't understand it, he didn't know what it meant, but he liked paying attention because it was more interesting to him than watching Game of Thrones, is what he said. But by 2020, he is convinced that it is real. And he is telling the clip that's just that 10-minute segment has been viewed over 700,000 times. The episode itself has been viewed 4 million times. And Eddie
So it's still on YouTube, even though it's on Spotify?
It is still on YouTube. You can still watch it on YouTube. I haven't checked to see if this... 4 million YouTube viewed alone. I don't know how many times it was viewed on Spotify. This is before he made...
I researched this a bit because I was here in New Orleans at a convention, and one of these people who was actually a person who handles a lot of Democrat and progressive figures, who is a helper to all these Democrats, appeared at this conference with her, or I should say their friend, and that person came running up to me and saying, oh my God, that astronaut is here. That astronaut is here. He never went to space. And I was like, what do you mean? Like, there's a real live, legit astronaut coming up to this. Actually, this was in Philly. I'm confusing two different events at the DNC. And this person starts rushing up and harassing an actual astronaut, saying, "You've never been to space. We all know the Earth is flat." And I got into it with them. I said, "Well, wait a minute. If the Earth is flat, then, how does the sun go down every day?" I just thought I'd start with the details, work backwards. She goes, "Oh, that's easy. It goes behind a mountain."
Right.
And I said, "Well, okay. So how about how you can only see the northern stars from the northern hemisphere, and you can only see the southern stars from the southern hemisphere. So that would seem to indicate that the Earth is round. That you can't see them from the other side of the sphere." And she said, "That's a new one, but I know there's an answer."
Right.
And I was like, "Yeah, there's an answer. You're crazy, and the world is round." But what I'm trying to explain is that, how do we begin? You're saying it's not going away.
No.
What is the? Well,
really
what
not.
is the? Where do you think it's leading? Then I'll say that.
I think that. Where do I think it's leading? I think you're going to have a percentage of this country, quite the Freudian slip. There's going to be a percentage of this country that it's going to take a generation to deprogram them, and I don't even know how you begin. They have cordoned themselves off in an absolute alternate reality. There is an alternate media ecosystem that exists to serve their every need. This ecosystem will reward them for continuing to hold on to these beliefs. They receive applause and confirmation and community and support in ways that didn't exist before, even if the reality that they live in is completely insane. It is very hard to deprogram people once they've gotten to this.
And there are some people who are now in Congress,
yes,
who are proponents of this. Who are those people?
There's a woman named Marjorie Taylor Greene. She's a congresswoman down in Georgia. She is an anti-Semite and an Islamophobe and a QAnon believer. And she won her seat in Georgia. And Kevin McCarthy, the minority speaker, was asked, what are you going to do about these crazy people who have joined your caucus? And he said, well, they just got here. Give them time.
Washington will make them better.
Give them time to give them time to put their pencil sharpener where they like it, and maybe hang a couple of pictures in their office, and they'll figure it. They'll let go of this, and she already went on a weird posting spree about how she showed up for an orientation ceremony with her fellow newly minted Republican Congresspeople, and just wouldn't wear a mask because she will not have her freedoms impinged upon.
Well, of course, that's what this all comes down to, is ultimately an out-of-control country that's in chaos, that may not even take a vaccine that we all need to have people take, right? When and if it is invented.
It's already 30% has said in polls that they're not going to take it, which means incredibly bad things. I mean,
Well, I still think we can achieve immunity as a nation if there is a vaccine, even if those 30% of people. But it would have to be something more like 50% of people.
Yeah, before it really gets to be a problem.
But I think that's the science. Don't quote me on this. And I also will say, I am not saying that mainstream Catholicism, Judaism, or Islam are pedophiles. I'm not saying that. I want to just say that there has been more instance of war and death and pedophilia in some of the more legitimate religions than there ever has been in terms of the illegitimate religion of Satanism. So I don't mean to offend anyone. I'm not accusing anyone of being a.
No, it's as to where we go. I just don't know. I mean, it was really hard to talk with. I spoke to one fighter who's in the story, and he's quoted on Background because he says that he's given up QAnon for now, and he felt like it would cause too much harm to his career and his reputation. And so I said, okay, I'll let you talk anonymously. And, we had a long conversation where I was asking him what he believes. And I think, like Spalding Gray, he could tell that I wasn't on his side. But we still spent the whole time talking. And, by the end, he's like, no, it's there's too much. It's too complicated. I can't follow it all. It's too difficult. I don't believe that anymore. And he's like, and I'm just one guy. I can't stop this anyway. So,
Well, I guess I wonder, is there a Y2K moment, right?
Yeah.
Where clearly the Y2K stuff didn't happen. And now Trump has been taken out of office. Is there a moment where, oh, wow, wait, maybe this wasn't true because Donald Trump is not the president anymore?
Well,
we only have a few minutes left to cover it. But is there a potential for that moment on the horizon?
Maybe. The thing that was really astounding is, like, after he said that, I was really relieved. I was like, oh, okay, so he's been pulled back from the ledge, so there's hope. Right. And then I said, like, okay, so, well, I was like, well, and he says, but, like, he's like, I'm going to spend my time now advocating for what I really believe in. And I said, okay, what's that? And he goes, international child sex trafficking rings.
So back to Joe Rogan.
Rogan.
I don't think we've covered this enough, and we have 2 minutes left.
Sure.
Talk about the ways in which he's legitimizing this.
What Joe Rogan does, and the reason why he's so appealing, is that he will allow anyone to pontificate for hours on end. It's not for me. I don't think it's the kind of thing you might enjoy. But what he does is, as an interviewer, is he refuses to discriminate from anyone he finds entertaining. So he will have, at the beginning of the pandemic, he had legit virologists on to explain how this might work. And that was incredibly useful. But then he'll give Alex Jones 4 hours to talk about interdimensional aliens who are secretly taking over humanity. And he doesn't discriminate. And that just goes out. I mean, say
anti-journalism.
Yeah, say what you will about the gatekeepers of legacy media, but they did keep the Lyndon LaRouche pamphlet types out from not only out from the mainstream, but Joe Rogan has a megaphone that is bigger than any media company. And if he wants to sell an idea, he can do it. And what he does by not challenging some of the more extreme far right, let alone conspiracy theory cute like guests that he has on, is he gives them a massive amount of legitimacy, especially with a younger, whiter, male demographic that is already angry and frustrated and incredibly fearful. And he gives their fears, angers, and anxieties a veneer of respectability. And he tells them it is okay to be angry, frustrated, and anxious, and not because of the real reasons that one might feel that, but to blame an other and to find a specific enemy that they can go out and golly gee, quelle surprise. But on Rogan's show, that valence is always pointing in one direction, and it's from the right.
Right. Well, we're going to have to leave it there. Brilliant article, brilliant work, Bob. Thank you. We have to fight the forces of ignorance, fight the forces of anti-Semitism, and try to take some ground for truth in media. Let's hope we can do that. Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Josh. Thanks for having me.
All right. Well, that's our show for today. We'll see you sometime soon. Bye.
TYT just crossed 14 billion views. Yes, that's the world population, almost times 2. And we have over 19 million subscribers. Too strong. I love you guys. Look, we're not backed by billionaires like other mainstream media outlets or the right-wing outlets that are almost all backed by them. We're able to press on and continue our coverage because of you guys. Your small dollar donations to our fundraising campaign at tyt.com/go have a huge impact. And you know what they do? They create real change. Contributions of any amount supports our ability to continue to tell stories that often don't get covered by the likes of MSNBC, CNN, or Fox News. With your support, we're the 4th news network, and you know we keep it real. No matter how large or small the contribution, you help us beat the billionaires and all the other media outlets by going to tyt.com/go.
All right, well, the Young Turks special election day coverage dropping.
An amazing power panel.
Look at this panel. You want to talk about power?
Like a smart Destiny's Child.
We're all too strong.
We start a revolution. Yes, another one. Aren't you excited? Wow.
And then the best writers in the country are right here on this panel with the obvious exception of John.
In a lot of ways.
Why is he lying? Because these are acts that you can commit with impunity.
Most of us are usually in boxer shorts underneath.
I went with the pants today.
This is the first ever power panel with Donald Trump as president.
We have elected the top Twitter troll in the country.
We have to stop pretending that race is not an issue in this country.
Now keep in mind, racism had gone away until Barack Obama brought it back.
That's right.
They want to protect life so much that they want to ensure that insurance companies don't cover your maternity care.
I've been a fan of TYT, I believe, for the last 6 years.
5 years.
3 years now.
7 years.
4 years now.
2.5 years. I just started because she got me into it.
My boyfriend actually watches it every morning and every night, so I kind of just started watching it with him, and I love it. I mean, it's the only way that I find my news.
Looking through YouTube, looking for political shows that look cool.
I came across a very angry rant from Cenk, and that's when I knew. So I was immediately in love with the show.
And then I had How to Miss a Live show since then.
10 times a day, I watched the show in the morning. Whenever I had a bad day in high school, Young Turks.
Man, Cenk is just so blunt and honest, and I love the honesty, and there's no BS behind the news, and they just tell everything like it is.
There's nobody censoring him. There's nobody there to say you can't do this, you can't say that.
That feel of authenticity makes it seem like what they're saying is true.
I feel like I get the real story from the Young Turks.
I am TYT.
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 Breaking news with Brett Ehrlich. This is Brett Ehrlich with Breaking News with Brett Ehrlich. Bernie Sanders wants to break Wall Street, and he wants to break it real bad.
Our system is inherently rigged against the will of the people.
They have 50% of the vote, and in a democracy, they should have 50% of the seats.
But if you live in an insanely gerrymandered district, your vote functionally doesn't matter.
We drew the map in a way that even though we get 50% of the vote, we're going to get 13 out of the 18 seats.
You don't actually have the ability to translate the will of the voters in your area into actual government policy.
They should not be allowed to gerrymander these districts. We should actually have a democracy.
Welcome into TYT, The Conversation. I'm your host, Adrienne Lawrence, and I am joined by a revolutionary woman. She's out here doing everything. This is columnist for The Nation and director of Make It Right Project, Callie Holloway. Callie, how are you doing?
I'm great. How are you?
I'm doing all right. It's been wild, though, as we know, with everything going on with the Trump administration, fortunately coming to a close. And I know you wrote a recent piece for The Nation where you elaborated on Trump's strategy really being about leveraging psychological pain and mental terror. So, Callie, what do you mean by that?
I think that we often think of the trauma that results from Trump's policymaking as kind of this unforeseen thing, right? That trauma is the result of the policies that they put in place. But the reality is, Trump is actually starting from a place of wanting to create trauma, right? And so that became a lot more apparent with some recent revelations about the DOJ and its involvement in family separation. Jeff Sessions and his deputy, Jeff Sessions at the time was the AG, his deputy, Rod Rosenstein, were very active in pushing this idea that we should separate families and that we should separate parents from children regardless of their age. And we know that some of the conversations that they had specifically centered on the fact that this would cause psychological trauma and psychological harm. The idea was that they would create so much psychic trauma that it would dissuade future immigrant flows. So we have to think about the policymaking of this administration as being rooted in a kind of creating of widespread trauma. It's not an unintentional after effect, right? It is the strategy itself.
I know that in your piece, you had said that trauma isn't an unforeseen byproduct of Trumpism. And so how do you think that this experience of going through the Trump administration will impact us in the long term?
I think that we are going to be seeing this for a very long time, kind of the after effect of the trauma that we've dealt with. Look, we're a nation that has been at war for 18 years. 9/11 obviously impacted us. We had the financial crash. And we've spent the last 4 years with a president who has created news at a breakneck speed. It feels like every single day is a new affront. This isn't obviously where trauma began. I mentioned in the piece that there were 2 polls before the election that showed that specifically Black women were very wary. They were the group that was most concerned about the kind of outsized damage that this administration could cause. I know that when I was saying some of this stuff, people treated me as if I was being hysterical. And it turned out that he absolutely did everything that I thought he would do and beyond. So I think that there is going to be a lot of work that we have to do. I know that psychologists, even before the election, the 2016 election, talked about the increase in the number of patients that they had who very specifically related their anxiety and depression to the potential for a Trump presidency. 4 years of this has worn on all of us. Social media hasn't helped. So, I think that we're all going to have to do a lot of work to repair the damage that has been done and that has intentionally been done, because it's there to fatigue you, right? That is part of the work that they are doing is to make us tired, right? To make us exhausted. So in the long term, I think that beyond the next presidency, for years into the future, we're going to be dealing with the mess that this administration has made.
And I know that you wrote an op-ed for the Daily Beast that was released on Election Day, where you kind of talked about white women as voters and the fact that, hey, they got us Trump, so they're not really going to be part of, the brigade to get rid of him. And many of us were hoping things had changed, but then we got to see really with these exit polls that 55% of white women voted for Trump in this election, which was an increase from 2016. It seems that you had that knowledge and that forecasting. Why do you think more white women were backing Trump this time than 2016?
Well, let me say something really quickly. So that piece was released, it was published on Election Day, but I actually wrote it days before the election because I kept seeing these pieces that predicted that white women were essentially going to en masse defect from Trumpism. This is the same kind of thing that I saw in 2016. There were a lot of predictions coming out of, I mentioned this, lily white newsrooms. where people said that there was maybe going to be potentially the largest gender gap in voting in history, right? White women weren't supposed to get on the Trump train. That's the kind of predictions that we saw. And we know at that point, a plurality of white women, 47%, supported Trump. So when I started seeing these editorials and these polls, I knew that that wasn't going to be the outcome. I think historically, if you have any sense of history, you know that white women stand at a very interesting intersection, right? They are granted privilege by whiteness, but their powers are diminished by misogyny. But they have consistently voted for and supported white supremacy instead of gender or racial parity. So I did not think there was going to be a difference in this election. Sometimes you make these kind of predictions and you hope that you're going to be wrong. But clearly, white women looked at this administration and all the destruction that it has caused, including to white women, right? And said that it was important enough for them to protect white supremacy. The benefits of white supremacy apparently outweighed the downsides of misogyny for them.
Yikes, that's a damning statement, but it is a very accurate one, which is very unfortunate. But hey, this is where we are. And you had mentioned, yeah, exactly. And you mentioned misogyny. And so we know that white women generally have been condemned a lot more for voting what they'd say is against their interests when they vote for Trump. But seldom do we really talk about white men being, and they don't receive the same level of rebuke for their actions. Right. So this time around, we saw fewer white men voting for Trump with 63%. But even so, why do you think that white men aren't getting called out as much or are getting the pass?
I think that there is... Sadly, I think that there is, we don't expect much from white men, to be frank. We don't expect for them to vote against their primary interest, which is white supremacy. There is this expectation that white women, because they experience some version of marginalization, that they would align with other groups that experience it, right? As a way of helping do away with it. I think we have to start thinking about the project of white supremacy as a group project. That white men and white women are working on together. Unfortunately, that's where we are. We have to actually, I think, one of the important things about talking about the way these things shake out in voting is that we also have to stop pretending to be shocked by it.
Yeah, I would like to think probably you and I are not shocked by it, but it seems that a number of people in society continue to say, "Oh, wow, I thought we were post-racialism." But nope, not necessarily the case. And I do want to definitely talk a little bit about your work as the director of the Make It Right project. And I know that was kind of just a limited campaign, but extremely impactful. And so can you share with people kind of really what made Make It Right different from other organizations?
I think we launched in June of 2018. And at that point, there were definitely local groups that were working on taking down Confederate monuments. I think the work of taking down Confederate monuments is often very localized because of the way that laws work. But there wasn't a group that was sort of forming the connective tissue between those groups around the country. There was sort of no national group that was sort of doing the effort around the country and trying to connect folks. So we decided to pick up that mantle, and it was an awesome opportunity to work with historians, to work with activists who were already doing that work on the ground, to work with artists. I got the opportunity to work with politicians who were on our side, who were like-minded. So it was just a really great opportunity to also go in and elevate some of the work that was already being done. We initially had 10 targeted monuments. 4 of those are still standing. The rest of those have come down. Obviously, what was a hugely impactful event was the resistance that we saw this summer. But it was amazing to just kind of see the way that people were galvanized around, look, we have a lot of conversations about doing away with white supremacy and dismantling racism, right? And if we are not ready to take down Confederate monuments, which are frankly sort of the lowest hanging fruit, then there's no way we can have a more nuanced conversation about taking racism apart.
No, you're absolutely right. In terms of lowest hanging fruit, it's like we're going out of our way to celebrate the losers, the people who are trying to dismantle our democracy, only so we can advance racism. Like, it makes no sense whatsoever. So I am very, very happy to hear that Make It Right has invested that time. And I know we don't have that much time left, but I wanted to ask you, Callie, How is kind of like the experience of being in this space where you are not only doing the activist work, but then you're also reporting on it or sharing your knowledge and information? What has that been like for you over this past year of 2020, which has been a year of absolute turmoil?
Well, 2020 has been a little weird because a lot of the work that I was doing with folks who were organizing on the ground, there wasn't the opportunity to sort of travel and do a lot of that work because we've been in a pandemic for 8 months, right? That was pretty magic. It's been a lot more, I've turned a lot more to just pure journalism and just kind of highlighting their work through writing. And I do believe that writing is fighting, but I always, doff my hat to the folks that are actually on the streets because I feel like a lot of change comes from there. So I've learned a lot of lessons, but mostly just, trying to highlight what they're doing because I think it's absolutely critical to creating change.
Awesome. Well, thank you, Callie.
Thank you.
Where can people find you?
I am a regular columnist for The Nation every month. I write a lot for the Daily Beast, and my handle on Twitter is @CallieHolloway FTW.
Thank you so much, Callie.
Thanks for having me.
Cenk Uygur is not here today, which means that I will be able to talk during the show. No,
We'll see. We'll see.
Poor Cenk, under the bus.
My God, if Jesus came back, how much would the Republicans hate him? Now you have to give away all of your possessions to the poor. Steve King would be like, oh, Weezy. Everyone should be lucky enough to have a John Iadarola in their life.
You confused everyone.
Okay, sorry. I thought it was pretty clear.
Take a break now.
You can turn me to Dr. Manhattan as long as I get what Dr. Manhattan's packing, okay?
The liberal mom says, Mark Thompson, have you ever thought about doing one of those tapes that soothe people to sleep? Like Mark Thompson reads the phone book. I'd buy it.
If you'll buy it, I'll do it.
Emilio D'Amelio writes in, John, you are so thick. I love you. That's what he wrote.
Pork Chop Express writes in and says John Iadarola needs a new jacket.
Whoa.
Those 24-inch pythons are about to burst out of his sleeve.
Gun, baby. You know, the two people here said that their moms were both in love with you over Beauty and the Beast.
Mm-hmm. That's an improvement. I usually get grandmothers.
Charlie Turk.
No, wait a minute. Don't you dare.
Chemical castration when we return from the break.
I hope that, who they choose for the White House isn't just a borderline Klansman. That's all we gotta hope.
That's it. We will settle it.
She's cute. I didn't say that about Laura Ingraham.
Scandal at TYT. Did Anna comment on my tan yet? No, she hasn't.
You're a good bosser.
But Anna did say that I come in here today with a fresh mind. That's all I'm about. I'm about a fresh mind.
I can't with you right now. Okay?
She just can't. She can't, but nonetheless, we have to for another 3 hours. I'm back, baby. Let's rip into Republicans. See, don't miss the live show.
That's great.
Tell people, if you're a member, you get the whole live show whenever you want, because this stuff doesn't go into any of the clips.
You are the media revolution. You are much needed.
TYT! TYT!
The place is like 95% TYT on.
You guys, the Young Turks, which is my favorite channel, we're getting that message out.
Cenk and the Young Turks do an extraordinarily good job.
No matter what mainstream media says, you have to listen to the Young Turks.
All the people who support us on the internet, that's what gives us strength. That's what allows anyone who was in there who was undecided to think, one side seems to be winning, they seem to have a bigger army, there might be a reason for that. So thank you guys.
Across the map are going to be so tight and so close that it is likely going to be very difficult to call this on election night.
The twin forces behind the Biden candidacy, the billionaires and the Bolsheviks.
Arizona, 19 million. For the vice president, 9 million, a little over 9 million for President Trump.
We are desperate for Donald Trump to not be president anymore because he's fascist and is a threat to our democracy. And we said that from day one. Yes, we want Biden to beat Trump. Is that clear enough?
It is increasingly difficult for the American public to get any sort of truth.
And this is why what Cenk and the Young Turks are doing is so important.
Here at TYT, we strive to instill confidence in our voters by educating them with factual, reliable, and easy to understand political information. And that's why we've partnered with Politiscope. Politiscope is the easiest way to understand the policies that your elected officials vote for and against. They also have the same goal of changing the perception of politics and reshaping the way political information is sought out and consumed. Politiscope strips away all the unnecessary complexity of politics and empowers voters with raw, unbiased information about elected officials and the policies they support. You can download the Politiscope app on the App Store or on the Google Play Store.
Today, we welcome into TYT's The Conversation documentary producer and director Michael Hull, who just wrapped his first full-length feature film called Surrender Peacefully, You Will Not Be Harmed. It tells the story of the 1971 Attica prison rebellion and retaking in Western New York. Welcome in, Michael. Thanks for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
All right, so I'm an alum of John Jay College of Criminal Justice out in New York City, so I am pretty familiar with the Attica prison riots, or at least so I thought. It seems that you have uncovered just the real story here, and I was wondering, how does the story that you are telling differ from what most history books or articles that we've read say about the Attica prison riots?
Well, there was always this, the state always denied that they pre-planned everything. They always denied that there were personal weapons used. They always denied a lot of the kind of elements of it that really make it so egregious. If it's not bad enough for you that they went in and shot 39 citizens of the state of New York, killed 39, they injured many, many more actually with their guns. And because of this kind of lack of direct evidence, they've always been able to deny kind of the worst of it. So it's always been this kind of us against them, he said thing, where the prisoners, the inmates who got out, who survived, talked about being tortured afterwards, talked about just all the terrible things that happened to them. And the state always kind of said like, you don't believe those guys, right? Like they were all in prison. And there's this very, just kind of their attitude and their language around it is always really kind of gross. And at some point there was, so there was all of the criminal trials after the actual retaking of D Yard, where they charged many dozens of people with all kinds of crimes. It was just kind of this scattershot approach to try and keep as many people in trouble as possible. And then after almost all of those were dismissed, very few of them actually were successful. And part of the reason why is because they started hiding evidence the day after, literally the day after all of this happened. They started bringing bulldozers into the yard. There was no way to kind of collect evidence, especially in kind of trajectory or, bullets, those shells, those kinds of things that could give some sort of distinction of where did this gun come from? Was this a gun that was owned by the state? Was this a gun that was brought by one of the state policemen or one of the guards, on their own? And so there was just really no kind of control over the situation in a lot of ways. And they were always able to deny that. Then as part of the civil trials, because one of the main inmates was a guy named Frank Smith. He was known as Big Black. And he was the head of security during the whole thing. And when it started, he wasn't a political person at the beginning of this 4-day event on September 9th. And then he was in the yard. And the story of how he ended up in the yard is a part of the movie, and it's a very kind of entertaining story. But along the way, he starts listening to all these people talking about their rights and the idea that they deserved human rights, even in this criminal place, right? And they deserved civil rights, even in this criminal space. And a lot of us haven't really been able to kind of make that swap from the idea that these are criminals to civilians or humans, and they deserve rights even while they're serving a punishment. So he got in the yard and he started hearing all of this, and he got it fired him up. And by the end of that 4 days, he really kind of had a grasp of the dialectic that not many people can get in that much time. But it was it was a high pressure situation, So after he got out, he participated in a lot of those things. Once the criminal trials were actually mostly dismissed or done with, he convinced one of the lawyers for Attica Brothers legal defense named Liz Fink. He convinced her to go from defense to offense and to pursue their rights, their civil rights in court, where we really codify those things in the United States of America, right? Our civil rights fights start in the streets, but they get codified in the courts. And he convinced her to push this, and as a part of that process, Liz, who was just really an attack dog. You couldn't kind of slow her down once she got going. She always insisted that this evidence, that they hadn't destroyed all of the evidence. She said that all along, and people didn't believe her. But finally, actually, one day she found this cache of evidence. It's I don't know, around 1,000 photographs. There's hours and hours of videotape. And she found all of this evidence that the state of New York has denied. Until today, they still deny that it exists, even though I'm putting it on a website. I loaded a bunch of photos yesterday. They continue to insist that this stuff doesn't exist. And it has really hampered the truth of the story in a lot of ways. And it's also hampered the ability for people to be able to look at it in terms of understanding patterns in American policing. Because, they shoot first, ask questions later. They destroy evidence. They're willing to literally murder their own. They murdered a number of guards in the process of taking this back, and then claimed that the guards were actually murdered by the prisoners, right? Which did not happen. So we have a pattern that we can still see today.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a pattern because we've seen law enforcement on the streets out here, illegally arresting people or shooting them in various ways, hiding evidence, lying about evidence. It's the same thing. It sounds like it's going on behind prison walls. And at least that's what went down in the 70s. I don't know how many things have changed since then. But one thing I did want to talk about, because you mentioned her, Liz Fink. I know she was a lawyer for the Attica brothers legal defense. And also, I know she died, unfortunately, about a month after you sat down and was able to interview her. And in her last moments, what did she really communicate to you about this project?
Liz had been involved in a lot of movies, documentaries and stuff over the years, and books, and she was not really that interested in them anymore. I worked on this archive for 2 years before my wife actually finally convinced her to sit down to do an interview. So she didn't have a lot of stock in that kind of expression of all of this, because she felt like you couldn't really contain it all in something of that sort. What she really wanted was to see this evidence made available to the public. She wanted to see it go online. And as someone who didn't grow up so much in the digital era, it seemed to her like that was kind of out of our grasp in a way. And I always said to her, like, no, we just have to scan all this material. There's a lot of kind of work in making it all digital. But the hard part is not buying a website and putting it out there. But, when she passed away, I was in the hospital with her, like literally on her deathbed. And she's making me promise to her that I'm going to put this stuff on the internet and make it available to the whole world. The idea being that people should be able to download it and interpret it and consume it, and it not just be interpreted by a white guy in his 40s or by a lawyer who knew all of these people. That in order to really find the truth of this material, it needs to be approached by a lot of different people, and it needs to be approached by people from a lot of different perspectives, from every perspective. Not only the directly affected communities in terms of what do inmates or formerly incarcerated people think about this? Like, how would they, how would their experiences in prison compare to the experiences of the men who actually were a part of this? Because when you hear about their grievances, there was too much pork in the food. A lot of the guys didn't eat pork. There was, most of the guards were white guys from rural communities. Most of the prisoners were not white guys and not from rural communities. This is a prison in upstate New York, right? So a lot of the inmates were from the city, or near around it, or Rochester, or some of these other kind of communities that aren't as white as Attica and the kind of counties immediately around it. Their reading material was censored. Their mail was all read on both incoming and outgoing. It's a lot of grievances that, if you are familiar with kind of how our prison situation exists now, they sound really familiar. So I think it's worth hearing kind of how this stuff is interpreted by people who are experiencing it now, because there are still people all over this country experiencing it now.
Absolutely. And we don't have very much time left, but I did want to kind of tap into what's going on now. And just earlier this week, SCOTUS issued an order effectively saying Texas prison officials aren't required to implement basic COVID-19 safety precautions at a geriatric prison facility where 20 vulnerable old inmates have died. And, I know Justice Sotomayor and Kagan issued dissents, but the reality is that we clearly have a problem where we do not see inmates as being human lives. So what do you think must be done for the United States to finally see inmates as people?
I think that I don't know exactly why George Floyd was so different for so many people around the country, because I think for a lot of people who have been interested in this and talking about it, and especially listening to activists around the country who are talking about defunding the police, and I know that language makes a lot of people uncomfortable, but it's much deeper than it might sound on its surface. I don't think George Floyd was really much of a surprise. Of course, it's sad, but what is that much different about it than Mike Brown, that it seemed to have gotten so much attention? So to me, it's not exactly clear what the difference is and what that kind of breaking point is, but it is clear to me that it made a difference. I've had a lot of conversations with people over the course of the summer and early fall who are asking me, like, policing is really messed up. What do we do about it? And a lot of people who were never really interested before. So I think continuing to talk about this and make this information available to people when they see it, I think a lot of people do have the reactions to it that help them, force them into a place where they are willing to rethink our safety.
Absolutely. And those things need to be done. Thank you so much for joining us, Michael. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for having me. All the photos are on atticamassacre.com. They are free. Download and use them for your own projects.
Thanks.
The Only a Leg was subscribed for 3 months, saying, I was talking to my dad last night and told him I've been watching TYT regularly with John Adarola, and he said, oh, I see his shows too. He's really hot. My dad is gay. I was surprised, and I was like, awesome. I think he's hot too. Good for you, John. Hey, I'm just glad I can bring families together. Thank you. So many times I say things just because I know Brett will hate it. At least you didn't say help families come together. God. We're never going to be professional again. I'm going to throw out my ties. I still have ties. Who am I kidding?
watching The Young Turks. I'm Anna Kasparian. Joining us today, as always on Wednesdays, is John Iadarola, host of The Damage Report, and a good friend and colleague of mine. Hi, John.
Hello, friend and colleague. I'm glad to be here with you in both capacities.
Yes, yes. John is a great person. He is the head of the Dragon Squad, also known as Dragon Daddy. Watch The Damage Report. That's where you'll kind of get what that's all about.
Maybe.
But we have quite a show for you today. We're going to talk about how Senate Democrats are reacting or responding to the fact that they have failed so far to take control of the Senate. There are some similar themes to what we heard from House Democrats in that fiery call that Abigail Spanberger was involved in. But I'll give you the details on that later. And then later in the show, in the post game, which will be open to the public today, we're going to talk a little bit about leftists and why they hate Thanksgiving, according to Charlie Kirk. But before we get to all of that fun stuff,
stuffing.
Just a few announcements for you all. Your online activity needs to be protected, and the best way to do that is through a VPN. Luckily, you can get a good discount on Pure VPN by going to tyt.com/pure. It is the internet security you need, and you get a 7-day trial for only 99 cents. Plus 62% off a yearly plan. Again, just go to tyt.com/pure. Also, I don't know about you guys, but I'm a huge fan of trees. And every time you go shopping and use a card, you can actually plant trees simultaneously. Learn more about that by going to tyt.com/trees. And finally, Shop TYT. I don't even know who's authorizing them to do this because this is insane. They're doing 10 days of Black Friday. Day one, let me give you the deets. Day one, take 15% off everything using code Flash Kickoff at shoptyt.com. Everything, including that shirt that you're wearing. Look at that fancy shirt, cognitively there.
I know, this is a funny one. I know it's easy to forget the crazy things we memorialized in shirts, but you're not gonna wanna forget this one.
I love it, I love it.
It's good for anybody, whether you're a person, a woman, man, maybe a camera or TV.
And look, members get a special discount. So if you're a member, go to tyt.com/notice, tyt.com/notice, and you can get 20% off everything. So,
what?
Damn, pays to be a member.
The manager is out of the building and they've gone insane.
You're killing me, Larry. Okay. All right, well, let's get to the news. We have a good mix of dunking on both Democrats and Republicans, and they certainly deserve it. Let's begin with Democrats, though. So, Senate Minority Leader Chuck Schumer had a lengthy phone conversation over the weekend with Senate Democrats who were concerned about the fact that the Democrats failed to take control of the Senate following the 2020 election. And there were similar themes to what we heard about regarding the House Democrats and the call that they had with Nancy Pelosi. But luckily in this case, there were some progressives who spoke up and defended progressive policy proposals. So let's start off with what we know so far. One Democratic senator who spoke to the Hill on condition of anonymity said this: "We shouldn't have lost this election. You can explain it away, but the reality is Republicans have been beating the hell out of government since the Reagan years and saying Democrats are the defenders of bad government, and that's what the American people believe. We can't get an invitation to the dance unless we overcome that, and the way we overcome that is having some things that are wins." So there isn't a lot of specific language there, which is frustrating to say the least, but I mean, I guess anyone can interpret that in any way they would like, but my interpretation is, hey, Republicans seem to have a message that's working, whereas Democrats don't seem to have a message that resonates with people. And maybe we need to focus on some wins, meaning maybe we need to focus on policies that positively impact people's lives economically. And so let me give you more. There were, of course, some centrists who whined about the socialism word, even though, with the exception of Bernie Sanders referring to himself as a democratic socialist, there weren't really senators running on insanely left-wing socialist policies. So here's what we found out. The two most common knocks on our candidates were socialism and defund the police. So again, John, same thing we heard from House Democrats who were complaining about their congressional losses. And so before I give you more details, jump in for a second. Do you think we're being too tough on them?
I mean, it's hard to say exactly because they are anonymous. And as you said, at least that first quote, there's not a lot of specifics to go by there. I guess it's sort of like a Rorschach test. I instantly assume, you know what, probably not a progressive because the odds that they are is like, what, 2 or 3 in 50 or 48. So I would assume that it's sort of, it's like saying we need to do something, we need to have a win, but it's coming from what I believe to be an unacknowledged position of incredible weakness. That, as you said, they have a message. You described it as a message that wins. I might describe it as a message that they don't even try to counter. If the argument has been for decades that Democrats are the defenders of bad government and that people get angry because the government doesn't seem to do much, use that in an election year where the economy is destroyed and people are dying by the thousands from a pandemic that the government is not using. The Republicans don't get to say that the Democrats are the party of bad government when they occupy every seat of power and do nothing as people lose their jobs and die. Maybe do a little bit of jujitsu there and flip it around on them. And then on those wins, maybe actually deliver something that does fix people's problems. And I don't know that that's going to happen. Even in the things that seem like a slam dunk. Chuck Schumer saying Biden should cancel $50,000 of student loan debt. Doesn't take legislation, we can do it almost instantly. And Joe Biden has indicated in the past he's interested in doing that. Now, with every day that we get closer to inauguration, there's more stipulations and limitations and means testings and all of that. You know what that seems like? That seems like best case scenario, something the Republicans are going to use to attack it, and it's going to help less people. Maybe help more people for once, because even though the Republicans have been running on that message, the Dems still win almost every election. They still win the popular vote. Use that for something, actually earn that support that people are giving you, but they don't want to. And the people who are giving them advice on how to do that, those are the ones that they then turn and attack.
You know, and there is a very noticeable difference between how Republican lawmakers treat their constituents or respond and react to their constituents versus how Democratic lawmakers do. Democratic lawmakers seem irritated by their constituents. They don't necessarily listen to them. They seem to fail to understand the economic frustrations that many Americans are facing right now. They seem to completely neglect the economic component of this discussion, which I don't understand. At the same time, you look at Republicans and Donald Trump, for better or worse, right? They care so deeply about playing into their base. I mean, to the point where they feed into some pretty toxic and dangerous behavior in this country, particularly Donald Trump. But Donald Trump, remember, wanted to invade Iran approximately 58 times during his first term. And one of the reasons why he hasn't, despite the fact that he, is this impulsive lunatic, is because he knows that his base doesn't have an appetite for war. So I'm giving you that example to kind of juxtapose what we see from Democrats versus Republicans. Democrats need to make the case that they're better for their constituents, that they would have better policy proposals, but they also need to stop like slapping their supporters around, as we see over and over again. But anyway, luckily there were some progressives who spoke up during this meeting. Progressives argued that Republicans have moved further and further to the right and that Democrats have followed them in the rightward drift of American political debate, that we're so disconnected from working Americans, said one Democratic senator. So we don't know exactly who said that, but luckily there were some voices of reason in that conversation. And so AOC put out a little bit of a cryptic tweet today, kind of poking fun at some of the rhetoric that we've been hearing, both among House Democrats and Senate Democrats. She said this: if you say socialism 3 times in a mirror, a corporate lobbyist-backed candidate grows their wings.
Yeah, the metaphors are a bit mixed there, but that happens to me too. It's funny, and yeah, it's this mythic quality that we give to that word, that even if you take for granted that it works, that it matters that they call you a socialist, this is not new. They've always done it, they will always do it. You could run Chuck Grassley as the Democratic nominee, they'd call him the socialist Chuck Grassley. You can
They're
rest assured
calling
of that.
Joe Biden a socialist.
Yeah.
They're calling Joe Biden a socialist. The guy who was up on that debate stage talking about how much he loves fracking. No, that guy is not a socialist. He's not. I mean, the guy who had his meeting with Wall Street donors to tell them, don't worry, nothing will fundamentally change under my leadership. That guy's a socialist, really? They're gonna call their political opponents socialists no matter what. The question is your leadership, right? The way that you're representing your constituents powerful enough to overcome name calling by Republicans? And clearly it's not. And so if they're worried, they need to reconsider what their priorities have been. And it is hard to reprioritize when maybe your campaign donors don't want you to focus on economic solutions. But I can tell you this, that would definitely fire up voters, and it would lead to quite a bit of support, especially at a time when we still haven't received another economic stimulus package as this pandemic rages on. All right, well, let's talk a little bit about Michigan, because we had some bad news yesterday, but luckily that story developed into a little bit of good news. So, Republicans in the Wayne County Board of Canvassers in Michigan blocked the certification of the presidential results. Now, that was the big news yesterday, but luckily that county, which includes Detroit, did vote for Joe Biden, and now it turns out that shortly after blocking the certification, that board later unanimously voted in favor to certify the election results. So the Michigan Secretary of State, Jocelyn Benson, has more on this. Let's watch.
The Wayne County Board of Canvassers actually reversed their past decision and voted 4-0 to certify the full results, including the city of Detroit, for Wayne County.
Now, why would they do that?
Well, it appears that the truth won in this scenario. Basically, the evidence is clear. There were no irregularities. There was no evidence of widespread fraud. And in fact, there were simply minor clerical errors, as we were discussing, actually less clerical errors than in past election. And that really isn't a valid reason, in my view, and apparently, ultimately, the board to invalidate and silence the voices of voters in the state's largest county. So I think they did the right thing. They performed their duty, and they certified the election for the voters in Wayne County.
Now, I do think it's problematic that the two Republicans on that board refused to certify the election results initially, and they did so while repeating some of the lunacy coming from Trump's campaign. And there should be consequences for that, even though they reversed course later. And I do want to tell you why this was such a giant problem, because remember, Wayne County includes Detroit, which overwhelmingly voted for Joe Biden, and of course is a predominantly African American part of Michigan and a part of the county. And so the head of the NAACP in Detroit, Reverend Wendell Anthony, actually called the board out on their initial decision, and I think his words are powerful. So let's take a quick look at what he had to say.
You have extracted a black city out of a county and said the only one that are at fault at an issue is the city of Detroit, where 80% of the people who reside here are African Americans. Shame on you. Shame on you for leading to this level of corruption. You have disavowed your right to even sit in the seat that you occupy. You are a disgrace as relates to the ability to have a free and impartial election in this nation.
So if they had refused to certify the results in Wayne County, that would have impacted the state of Michigan in regard to the presidential election. So President-elect Joe Biden won Michigan by more than 148,000 votes, a victory made possible by a strong showing in Wayne County, where he netted more than 322,000 votes over President Donald Trump. The initial party line deadlock would have put Biden's Michigan victory in jeopardy, but projections indicate Biden will win 306 electoral votes, which means he'd still become the next president, even in the unlikely scenario that he doesn't get Michigan's 16 electoral votes. And so far, it appears that he will get those electoral votes. John.
Yeah, which means that they're willing to do this seemingly unprecedented, impossible thing where they just pick and choose which cities based on racial composition they want to count and which they don't, knowing that even if they do that, they have to also do it in other states. Like it wouldn't be enough there. Trump would still lose, but they're willing to do it. Even though it's a long shot there and it's a long shot in other cases, they're willing to disenfranchise hundreds of thousands of people on the long shot chance that it works in some other area. And it is amazing that we're seeing this not only in Detroit, but also, Atlanta, we're seeing much of the same thing in Georgia, that it's really sort of completing the full Republican approach to democracy going forward. We'd had 2/3 of the strategy up until this election, where before the vote, if you were black, you were gonna find God knows how many obstacles to registration and actually being able to vote and all of that. When you go to vote, you're gonna have to wait in long lines because they've selectively culled polling or ballot places to vote in areas where black voters are more common. And you're likely to get intimidated, and there will be Proud Boys and all of that. Now, even if you go through all the obstacles leading up to Election Day and you actually go and manage to vote, now they are becoming incredibly comfortable with just selectively trying to weed out your vote afterward. It's like the closing of the circle there. And it would be nice to think that this is just a Trump thing, that Trump's crazy and so he's got Rudy Giuliani going off there and that's why you're seeing this, but is it gonna be? Is Tom Cotton or Tucker Carlson in 4 years? If it's one, like imagine if it was just one state. This isn't enough. Like Detroit flipping wouldn't actually get Trump the presidency, but what if it was? What if in the next election it's just one state? Do you think that they're gonna be shy?
Like Florida?
Yeah, about Florida or God knows where. Maybe it's Arizona next time. Maybe it's Nevada. Maybe Las Vegas. Maybe their votes need to not count next time. I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, and I love that you brought up all the various ways in which the Republican Party, under the leadership of Donald Trump, tried to intimidate voters or spread all sorts of disinformation regarding mail-in ballots. We also had Louis DeJoy, who's still currently the Postmaster General, dismantling the post office's ability to process an influx of mail-in ballots. I mean, to be quite honest with you guys, I did not think that based on all of the actions that were taken by Republicans prior to the election, that it was gonna be a free and fair election. I didn't think that Joe Biden had a chance because of all of these various disadvantages. But he managed to win 306 electoral votes, despite all of those challenges, despite the voter intimidation. And yeah, Republicans just pivoted on to a different talking point and a completely different narrative of how this entire election was rigged. The fact that you have Republican lawmakers right now who behind the scenes acknowledge that Joe Biden is the president-elect, but then publicly enable Donald Trump tells you everything you need to know about Republican lawmakers. They are out for themselves. They only care about their own political futures, their own careers. Doesn't matter if our democracy is completely destroyed in the process of their own self-serving actions. That's our government. And so I think I can understand why so many people are not so trusting toward our government, but we need to change that. We need to elect these types of people out. And the only way to do that, to be quite honest with you, is to actually listen to the American people and what they genuinely want in this country, what they need to live happy, prosperous lives. And right now, I'm not really seeing much of, much attention to those issues by either party. Anyway, we'll have 4 years to talk about that in more detail, but let's take a quick break. When we come back, we'll talk about how Trump is retaliating against government officials who aren't going along with his disinformation campaign regarding the election.
Everyone who contributes at tyt.com/go helps to get the progressive message out. You guys are the best. So let me do shout outs here. Mark H in Maryland, $50. William in West Virginia, $27. Carissa in Oklahoma, $5. Jude in California, $50. Robin in New Jersey, $50. Steven in California, $420. We love you guys. You help us beat back all the right wingers with all their billionaire money. Let's do it together at tyt.com/go.
PragerU is a right-wing media outlet that gets $20 to $25 million a year from billionaire backers. TYT doesn't have billionaires cutting us checks, but the good news is that we don't need them.
Okay. Bring it down.
TYT can beat the right-wing media and their billionaire funders with contributions of just $200,000 a month from TYT fans donating to tyt.com/go. And we're already halfway to our goal. Look, whether you give $3 or $3,000, your contribution helps us press on. And it might sound like it's a lot of money, but remember, it's only 10% of what they get from billionaires in these giant checks. And with 10% of their money, we're mauling them. And we can continue to get that progressive message out to everybody. And since we're only accountable to you, our fans, and not to corporate backers, we can cover topics like Medicare for all, Green New Deal, and definitely getting money out of politics.
When somebody's the president of the United States, the authority is total, and that's the way it's got to be.
2020 is everything. Everything will be decided in 2020, and then we'll either have pessimism a long time, or we'll have optimism.
There is some good news when it comes to elections throughout the country, especially for progressives.
He's struggling in polls. He's trailing Joe Biden in many of these battleground states. And he knows that if he makes it difficult for voters to cast their ballots, especially as we're dealing with this pandemic, well, maybe it'll give him an edge over Biden.
We need to get rid of these people who are in office, who enable these systems that continue to oppress us. Start using your votes and your dollars for the people who want to preserve your community and your humanity.
Defiance is what you need in order to fight for what you know is right. The fight never ends.
Progressive candidates come on this show, we help them, and they've at least got a fighter's chance.
Expand the squad.
Here we go, Squad 2.0. Cory Bush, Jamal Bowman.
And this is why what Cenk and the Young Turks are doing is so important.
This time, it's real. If he wins another term, God knows what he'll do to our government, our democracy, and our way of life.
We need solidarity, and it begins with you.
Who's gonna fix it? Who's gonna fix it? Goddamn right. I'm back to gaslighting. Did you and I talk about gaslighting on Old School?
Probably.
That boss gaslit all his female employees. People who manipulate others like that make you feel like you're the weirdo. Why won't you punch yourself in the face? What is wrong with you? And you're like, oh my God, I feel so bad. Why didn't I just punch myself in the face and poke my eye out? I'm 47 and I just figured it out like earlier this year.
You figured out somebody was doing it to you, or that you were
that it was that it would have been happening my whole life and I didn't realize it.
Right.
It is wrong to deny any of your fellow Americans the right to vote in this country.
Look, I tell you guys, most important thing is voting in primaries. Primaries.
I hope every American will vote for the candidate and party of his choice, but vote.
We cannot continue to complain about corruption and complain about what's happening in this country and continue to vote for it.
Let's get it right this time. It could be a moment of redemption for what happened in 2016.
Welcome back to TYT. Anna and John with you. Just a quick correction on one of our partners that I told you about during the last segment. So if you're looking to get a VPN in order to protect your online activity, PureVPN is the way to go. And the URL to check out is tyt.com/PureVPN, tyt.com/PureVPN. Also, as you guys know, we are fundraising to keep TYT sustainable till the end of the year. That's when our fundraising efforts will be over. So each month we're trying to raise a certain amount of money. Let's take a quick look at where we are with our fund thermometer. All right, so the goal for November is 200,000 and we're up to 71,066. If you have any interest in contributing, any amount helps, even if it's $1, $5. We love being able to only be accountable to you guys. And so having you guys fund this show gives us the opportunity to do all the programming we do, all the specials we do, and we really, really appreciate it. tyt.com/go is where you can contribute.
And I don't think most people know how expensive daily operations in the war on Thanksgiving actually are. Like somebody's got to smash those pumpkins, round up all the stuffing and burn it before it can be eaten. And that takes a lot of money.
I can't wait to talk about that story. We will. But let me just say, minus what the historical context is, right? I love Thanksgiving. I love what Thanksgiving has morphed into, right? I love being with family. I love eating a good meal with family. It's just, anyway, we'll talk about conservatives and their lunacy later. But right now, let's talk about Trump's lunacy because that's still happening. So Donald Trump has fired the top cybersecurity official over the fact that this official had the audacity to say that we had an election that was totally safe, that didn't have any problems, no widespread fraud. But of course, that goes against Donald Trump's narrative that he lost as a result of widespread fraud. Fraud that he and his lawyers, Rudy Giuliani in particular, have failed to provide any evidence of. And so what did Trump do? Well, he fired Christopher Krebs, and he did so on Twitter. Here's what he wrote. The recent statement by Chris Krebs on the security of the 2020 election was highly inaccurate in that there were massive improprieties and fraud, including dead people voting, not true. Poll watchers not allowed into polling locations, not true. Glitches in the voting machines, which changed votes from Trump to Biden, also not true. Late voting, not true, and many more. Therefore, effective immediately, Chris Krebs has been terminated as director of the Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency, which is a clunky name for a government agency, I must admit. But nonetheless, this is what Trump does. He retaliates against any government official who doesn't go along with his complete and utter lies. And if there were widespread voter fraud, he and his lawyers, through the dozens of lawsuits they filed in key battleground states, could have proven it at this point. They could have provided evidence, but they have failed to do so. And John, before I get to you, I do want to show this quick video detailing exactly why Donald Trump would want to fire someone like Christopher Krebs.
Christopher Krebs headed the Department of Homeland Security's Cybersecurity and Infrastructure Security Agency. Just last week, the agency called the 2020 election the most secure in American history, contradicting the president's claims of voter fraud. Krebs told CBS News last night he was expecting to lose his job, adding he has no regrets.
So he was expecting to lose his job because he knew that saying the right things and being honest with the American people would put a target on his back. And as he expected, Donald Trump fired him the way that Donald Trump would fire someone, over Twitter, like a complete and utter child.
And the way he wrote it, therefore, effective immediately, Chris Krebs has been terminated. Like, it's like they're using the language to try to make it seem as if this is official, and I am a very strong man who's making strong decisions.
I'm kind of a strong man.
It's Twitter, you little twit. Like, it just makes you come across even more petulant and angry. And the fact that his statements about Chris Krebs doing a fact check on his election misinformation, the fact that those tweets themselves are marked by Twitter as containing election misinformation is just like, mwah, I just love it. But there's a little bit of good news, a little bit of bad news. The good news, as I discussed in a live video earlier today, is that Chris Krebs, apparently as part of acknowledging that he was probably going to be fired, set up a new position inside of CISA beneath him and beneath his immediate successor, both of which are sort of political appointments that can easily be terminated. Another person that he chose that is not going to be as easy to fire. So this is not one of the cases where Donald Trump is necessarily going to immediately get the political hack and flunky that he wants in charge of that agency. So that's good information. The bad news, I guess, is that like with the changes to the Department of Defense over the past couple of weeks, seeing Donald Trump, this embattled wannabe strongman on the verge of, in theory, conceding or maybe not, clearing out all of the people who dare to show any disloyalty to him, doesn't mean that he's going to seize power or whatever, but these are the things you would do if that was what your plan was.
Yeah, how do people not see how undemocratic Donald Trump is? How do you, I get feeling frustration when your preferred candidate doesn't win. I totally get that. But I also understand being able to share frustrations over a political loss, while also understanding the importance of protecting our democratic process. And to see all of these right-wingers who claimed that athletes kneeling during the national anthem was so offensive to our troops, what about what you're doing right now? I mean, they argue that our troops fight for our freedoms. They fight to keep us free. But in this case, you have Donald Trump retaliating against people, government officials who are doing their jobs appropriately, doing the right thing, But they had the audacity to speak out or contradict Donald Trump's lies about election meddling or election fraud. And as a result, that's totally fine. Because hey, it's Donald Trump. As long as Donald Trump says it, it's totally fine to dismantle our democratic process. Great. But these people don't get to like say whatever they want to say about Colin Kaepernick or whoever, not supporting our troops or not respecting our troops, when everything they're doing right now is enabling the type of undemocratic behavior that our troops are supposed to be fighting against.
Yeah.
Anyway, I do want to also share Krebs, the last tweet in response to this put out by Krebs. He said, "Honored to serve, we did it right. Defend today, secure tomorrow, hashtag protect 2020. So I know nothing about his politics. It doesn't matter. He stood up for himself, and that's very rare to find in government these days.
And there was a funny moment too, because as you probably noticed in that tweet, he misspelled tomorrow, and he like quote retweeted it. I can't believe I misspelled tomorrow. Like in his like strong final message, typo. They really are like you and me.
I know. All right, well, let's move on to some coronavirus news. There's been a flood of positive news related to coronavirus. Now, Donald Trump has very little to do with it, of course, because of his incompetence and lack of leadership in responding to the pandemic. However, we've heard from two different pharmaceutical companies, Pfizer and Moderna, that they have shown promising results for a coronavirus vaccine in their trials. So they are now applying for emergency authorization use with the FDA. And if things continue to go well with testing, vaccines could be widely available later in 2021, likely in the spring. Now, Donald Trump actually isn't happy about that. And it's not that he is concerned about getting the vaccine quickly enough so people say, we can save lives, so healthcare workers aren't worried about risking their lives as they're treating coronavirus patients. He doesn't care about any of that. What Donald Trump is upset about is that he's worried that he's not going to get the proper credit for helping to develop a vaccine. Now, my commentary on this is a little mixed. Let me give you the details. So prior to the announcement of those breakthroughs with Pfizer and Moderna, Donald Trump had brainstormed with aides and close associates about ways he could promote the vaccine to the American people. According to two individuals with direct knowledge of his private comments, the president had said he envisioned large, public, mask-free events and rallies to celebrate the success of Operation Warp Speed, the public-private partnership to develop a vaccine. So this was his plan when he assumed he was going to get reelected. And now that he has not been reelected, he's fuming behind the scenes because once the widespread rollout of these vaccines happens in the late spring of 2021, Biden's likely to get credit for it as opposed to Donald Trump. Now, should Donald Trump get some credit for it? A little bit, and I'll explain why. But before I do, John, why don't you jump in?
Yeah, he's such an a-hole, man.
He is, he really is.
Like, yeah, we got a vaccine, everybody gather and we got a vaccine. It's like announcing the cure for cancer inside of a microwave. Free x-rays for everybody. It's just, like even on the way out, he has to be an a-hole, and I agree, deserves some small credit. Although he really needs to think this out, because not that he's gone super public saying he should get credit, there's a few tweets and stuff like that. But in like 3 months, he's gonna be tweeting constantly about how nobody should take the vaccine because it's bad and it's like something.
Gosh, you're right.
He's 100%. And Fox News, by the way, is going to be telling everyone not to take the vaccine. It's the government getting into your bloodstream and everything. So not that they have to be consistent, their followers won't remember any of this anyway, but it's sort of rich that he just, for a very brief period of time, wants credit for something he hasn't shown interest in for months and will eventually be demagoguing against.
Yeah, and he was planning on doing like these press conferences where he was going to unveil various headlines, negative headlines about his handling of coronavirus, and then he'd be like, but now there are vaccines, so like he wanted to do this whole like strike back vengeance thing, and he's upset that he's not gonna be able to do that now. But anyway, Trump has been complaining about how he's unlikely to get credit pretty openly. So here's an example of one of his tweets on this. He says, another vaccine just announced, this time by Moderna, 95% effective. For those great historians, please remember that these great discoveries, which will end the China plague, God, he's such a bad person, all took place on my watch. Okay, all right, Donnie, okay. Let's all calm down. Let's talk about the details and whether or not he deserves some credit. So much like other administrations, the federal government does provide research and development money for a lot of these pharmaceutical companies who then create various medications, drugs, pharmaceutical drugs, and then they proceed to turn around and gouge the American people. So does the government help fund the research and development of drugs and vaccines? Yes, absolutely. Did that happen in this case? Yes and no. So Pfizer actually did not take any of the federal government funding under Operation Warp Speed. They did take money from the federal government by essentially allowing the federal government to buy a large volume of doses of the vaccine, right? But in that sense, the government is essentially a consumer buying doses of the vaccine for the American people. But Pfizer did not take research and development money from Donald Trump or the Operation Warp Speed initiative. Now, Moderna did. Moderna took quite a bit of money, and I think it's relevant to mention that. So Moderna took about $1.5 billion for 100 million doses of the vaccine. But prior to developing the vaccine, they did take $1 billion in funding for the design and testing of the vaccine. And that money did come from Operation Warp Speed. So there you go, we're fair here, right? I'm gonna dunk on Donald Trump where he deserves it. And he definitely deserves it when he's being like a little baby about not getting the proper credit. But in this case, with Moderna, he did provide the funding, and I think that he deserves credit for that. But any opportunity he has to do something well, any opportunity for positive coverage of his actions, he immediately diminishes it or destroys it by acting like a complete and utter child. 250,000 Americans are dead because of how poorly you've handled this pandemic. You should be more concerned about ensuring that you help to save people's lives, but instead he's concerned about like, I'm not gonna get to do my little party.
Yeah, and get more people sick. Yes, so with one more than the other, he deserves some sort of nominal credit. I think that the reason that he's claiming credit for both, when one was provided funding to and the other was not, is that he doesn't know and he doesn't care. He has absolutely no idea because, and this is probably gonna be a mind blower, and I don't know for sure, I'm gonna guess he had absolutely nothing to do with the funding for this. I mean, he's president technically, but I doubt he set the level. I doubt he was coordinating with them. He literally hasn't even gone to a coronavirus task force meeting in months. It happened under his watch, but did it have anything to do with him? No, it's very easy to give away other people's money, honestly. And in sort of the context of his overall approach to coronavirus, I'm not gonna work too hard to give him credit. And by the way, if he wants to get credit for the coronavirus related things that happened under his watch, this is not the only thing having to do with the pandemic that happened under your watch, buddy. Whether you were actually watching or not, a lot of bad stuff happened. As you pointed out, 250,000 people already have died. Maybe 100,000 more will die between now and when you're finally kicked out of the White House. All of that also happened under your watch. And I have a feeling that whether the American people in the end credit him or Joe Biden, or I would argue maybe the scientists the most with getting the vaccine, I think history will remember his effect on the pandemic pretty clearly.
Also, I mean, he knows what's likely to happen because he was ready and willing to take credit for the economy when we know damn well that the economy had already begun to improve under Obama. And then as soon as Trump's elected, he just had the opportunity to ride that wave. And by the way, the huge caveat to that is the economy improved for people invested in the stock markets. But that's not the case when it came to the vast majority of Americans, many of whom don't have the income necessary to invest or save. But he loves to take credit for things that he hasn't accomplished, so he's worried about someone else doing that to him. And I just think it's hilarious. Frida Lucha from our members' comment says, my little brother, who is 13, said that Trump is like a kid tweeting, "You can't sit with us because you're not in the cool club anymore, Chris Krebs." I love it. Chris Krebs, of course, the cybersecurity official who was fired because he went against Trump's ridiculous, deceptive voter fraud narrative. Anyway, you can become a member by going to tyt.com/join, where we read your comments and respond. Anyway, we're gonna take a quick break. When we come back, we already have some pretty bad news coming out of President-elect Joe Biden's upcoming administration. He just chose someone to serve in his administration who does not have a good record when it comes to climate change. We'll give you the details on that and more when we come back.
Everyone who contributes at tyt.com/go helps to get the progressive message out. You guys are the best. So let me do shout outs here. Mark H. in Maryland, $50. William in West Virginia, $27. Carissa in Oklahoma, $5. Jude in California, $50. Robin in New Jersey, $50. Stephen in California, $420. We love you guys. You help us beat back all the right-wingers with all their billionaire money. Let's do it together at tyt.com/go.
PragerU is a right-wing media outlet that gets $20 to $25 million a year from billionaire backers. TYT doesn't have billionaires cutting us checks, but the good news is that we don't need them. Okay. Bring it down. TYT can beat the right-wing media and their billionaire funders with contributions of just $200,000 a month from TYT fans donating to tyt.com/go. And we're already halfway to our goal. Look, whether you give $3 or $3,000, your contribution helps us press on. And it might sound like it's a lot of money, but remember, it's only 10% of what they get from billionaires in these giant checks. And with 10% of their money, we're mauling them. And we can continue to get that progressive message out to everybody. And since we're only accountable to you, our fans, and not to corporate backers, we can cover topics like Medicare for All, Green New Deal, and definitely getting money out of politics.
When somebody's the president of the United States, the authority is total, and that's the way it's got to be.
2020 is everything. Everything will be decided in 2020, and then we'll either have pessimism a long time, or we'll have optimism.
There is some good news when it comes to elections throughout the country, especially for progressives.
He's struggling in polls. He's trailing Joe Biden in many of these battleground states. And he knows that if he makes it difficult for voters to cast their ballots, especially as we're dealing with this pandemic, well, maybe it'll give him an edge over Biden.
We need to get rid of these people who are in office, who enable these systems that continue to oppress us. Start using your votes and your dollars for the people who want to preserve your community and your humanity.
Defiance is what you need in order to fight for what you know is right. The fight never ends.
Progressive candidates come on this show, we help them, and they've at least got a fighter's chance.
Expand the squad.
Here we go, Squad 2.0. Corey Bush, Jamal Bowman.
And this is why what Cenk and the Young Turks are doing is so important.
This time, it's real. If he wins another term, God knows what he'll do to our government, our democracy, and our way of life.
We need solidarity, and it begins with you.
Who's gonna fix it? Who's gonna fix it? Goddamn right.
I'm back to gaslighting. Did you and I talk about gaslighting on Old School?
Probably.
That boss gaslit all his female employees. People who manipulate others like that make you feel like you're the weirdo. Why won't you punch yourself in the face? What is wrong with you? And you're like, oh my God, I feel so bad. Why didn't I just punch myself in the face and poke my eye out? I'm 47 and I just figured it out like earlier this year.
You figured out somebody was doing it to you, or that you were
that it
doing
was that it would have been happening my whole life and I didn't realize it.
Right.
It is wrong to deny any of your fellow Americans the right to vote in this country.
Look, I tell you guys, most important thing is voting in primaries. Primaries.
I hope every American will vote for the candidate and party of his choice, but vote.
We cannot continue to complain about corruption and complain about what's happening in this country and continue to vote for it.
Let's get it right this time. It could be a moment of redemption for what happened in 2016.
Welcome back to TYT. I feel like randomly letting you guys know that we're currently working on plans to go back to a 2-hour show. It's in the works. I'm not gonna give you a firm date yet because things can obviously change. Coronavirus is surging, so we gotta be careful. But I'm really looking forward to filling you guys in on my home projects, because that's what we used to do in the post game. We used to talk about personal stuff.
Wait, you've been doing some?
Oh, yeah, of course. Like news. It's not even about news. Like it's my way of being creative. Like that's I guess my artistic creativity is home stuff. Like
awesome.
Remodeling, redecorating, learning how to do things with my hands. I love it. It's so good. I love power tools. Anyway, power tools are fun, man.
That sounds awesome.
Like, yeah, I mess with the miter saw and a table saw and a circular saw. So much fun.
You own multiple saws?
I do. I love them. So I have no room to store them because I live in a condo, but it doesn't matter. I find ways to I'm like a little squirrel with power tools. I have them like buried like all over the place. Anyway, all right. I wanted to read some comments real quick. So No More Trigonometry says, maybe Democrats would win more seats if they stopped running as Republican light and undermining progressives. Totally agree. And No More Trigonometry, I recommend you read the full article on that meeting with Schumer, because some of the senators, Democratic senators, did bring that up. They had a problem with the fact that Schumer backed Amy McGrath, for instance, who was certainly Republican light, and they could have gone in a different direction.
They've now been blacklisted from the party.
Well, probably. Lieutenant McGee says, of course, socialism and defund the police were used as GOP battle cry. Even fellow Democrats are criticizing them, which validates it. Totally agree. What Dems should be doing is supporting and attacking the GOP instead of just playing defense. I think that's the best point. I just wish that they were a little more united. There was a little more solidarity. I mean, you certainly see that on the right. And I wish they came up with an offensive battle plan rather than constantly playing defense. Gabby Marita says Russian election interference isn't half as sinister as the election interference being attempted by Republicans. You guys are the best. All right, you know what? I'm gonna read one super chat. Thomas Johnson says, it is critical that progressives push Joe Biden to live up to his promise regarding a public option in healthcare. In addition to getting more people healthcare, the public option would expose inefficiencies of the private system, leading to single payer down the line. Thomas, I could not agree with you more on that statement. However, this next story that I'm about to share with you is foreshadowing. But who knows, maybe if progressives fight hard enough, we can get some things accomplished, we'll see. So, I don't know why it's not coming out. Louisiana Congressman Cedric Richmond, who has taken vast contributions from the fossil fuel industry, will serve in President-elect Joe Biden's administration. So this is a problem, especially considering what Richmond has been chosen for. Richmond, a national co-chair to Biden's presidential campaign, will leave his House seat to serve as a senior advisor with the title of Director of the Office of Public Engagement. Richmond is also expected to serve as a liaison with the business community and climate change activists. So as someone who's taken a considerable amount of money from the fossil fuel industry, it's strange to put him in a position where he would be, dealing with any type of climate activism. But
in good faith, anyway.
In good faith, exactly. And I think it is important to look at his record, and I want to give you some details on how much money he has taken from the fossil fuel industry. So during his 10 years in Congress, Richmond has received roughly $341,000 from donors in the oil and gas industry, the 5th highest total among House Democrats. That includes corporate political action committee donations of $50,000 from Entergy, my bad. Okay, from Entergy, an electric and natural gas utility, $40,000 from ExxonMobil, and $10,000 apiece from oil companies Chevron, Phillips 66, and Valero Energy. It gets worse. Richmond was ranked in that money. Richmond has raked in that money while representing a congressional district that is home to 7 of the 10 most air polluted census tracts in the country. And also during the climate crisis that has battered his home state of Louisiana, Richmond has joined with Republicans to vote to increase fossil fuel exports and promote pipeline development. He also voted against Democratic legislation to place pollution limits on fracking, and he voted for GOP legislation to limit the Obama administration's authority to move more stringently regulate the practice. So he not only takes money from fossil fuel companies, he also acts on that influence by those campaign donations. Yeah. So John, as someone who cares deeply about climate change and covers it extensively on your show, I'd love to hear your thoughts.
They're not good.
Bad.
Yeah, no, it's yay, great. And it would be one thing if it was like you could, in theory, he could have chosen this guy for a number of different positions that have very little to do with climate change. I mean, I would argue that the range of jobs that have to do with climate change are pretty broad, but you could have found something a little bit more removed from directly serving as the liaison to these sorts of groups. But they haven't, either because of a conscious decision that they don't care about this, a lack of commitment to proper, not vetting necessarily because it's public information, but actually caring enough to prioritize choosing someone without these sorts of ties, or theoretically as a trial balloon just to let people know what direction they're going in terms of their staffing. Mm-hmm. And when I saw this sort of thing, obviously initially you had that pang of like, oh, come on, seriously? And I think that that's sort of a residual thing where leading into Biden choosing his cabinet, if you'd asked me, is Biden gonna keep all of his promises? I would have said no, but you can still have that latent hope that, hey, maybe he'll do the right thing in a way no politician does, which doesn't turn out to be true. And what I then retreat to is the position of, how did we present Joe Biden when we were supporting him for the months leading up to the election? Very consciously as our preferred opponent out of the two. And this is the sort of thing an opponent does. And then you have to respond accordingly. And thankfully, people who care about climate change are responding to this, putting pressure on them to not actually keep him on that position. We'll have to see how successful that is. This is a very low level, minor fight over climate change. There are far more important ones. We need to win this to really have any hope of winning the bigger ones.
Right, yeah, I think you make a great point there. And I think that this is just the latest example, because I think there have been many that demonstrate how Biden is going to just really follow through on this moderate centrist messaging that we got from him during the election. He didn't hide it. I mean, Biden was really the only candidate who, from the jump, just said that, no, I think we need to work with Republicans. I think that, leading from the middle is the way to go. As I've mentioned a billion times on the show, he told his Wall Street donors that nothing will fundamentally change under his leadership. The only difference between Biden and Trump is that the bleeding needs to stop, and Biden will stop the bleeding. And what do I mean by that? Things devolved so quickly under the Trump administration. And I'm talking about just basic rights, basic protections. And our democratic process has been in jeopardy under the Trump administration. But when it comes to policy proposals that I desperately want as someone on the left, I'm not gonna be naive and think that Biden's going to deliver. But that doesn't mean that we shouldn't at least try, that we shouldn't fight and hold him accountable as much as we can. Now, Congressman Cedric Richmond as a pick for Biden's administration is such a bad look that Kamala Harris literally ran away after being asked about it. Let's take a look.
How involved in cabinet positions and appointments have you been with President-elect Biden?
Very.
And how do you feel about Representative Cedric Richmond?
Thank you.
See you later. I've been very involved. So what do you think about Richmond? I'll see you later. Bye, gotta go. Can't answer that question. So obviously, as someone who has taken hundreds of thousands of dollars from the fossil fuel industry, having Cedric Richmond in Biden's administration is a problem, especially if Biden, on one hand, claims that he cares deeply about climate change, and then on the other hand, says that he wants to protect fracking, and then pick someone like Cedric Richmond to serve in his administration. So
yeah, totally. And seeing her respond that way and so quickly, like the question was not out, like it wasn't even finished at that point. I would naively want to interpret that as this is her very plausible, deniable way of registering her frustration with that pick, maybe, in theory. I mean, after all, she has presented herself during the primary as someone more critical of fracking than Joe Biden. But it could also be that she is just fully aware of the conflict going on publicly around this right now and doesn't want to weigh in, but is perfectly comfortable with him serving the administration. We're gonna need more than just a quick nope to know for sure.
Right, yeah, and I mean-
And one last other final thing, she's very involved in the process, and they are going with that guy.
That's right, that's right. And progressives are already fighting the potential Biden pick of Heidi Heitkamp in his administration. She's being considered as head of the USDA, and she was certainly a moderate, if you want to label her nicely, but she does not in any way represent what progressives want in the federal government. And it's an issue, especially considering some of her conflicts of interest that would impact some of her decision making as head of the USDA. So far we're getting some pretty bad signs from Biden's picks, but we'll keep you guys posted and updated on it as we learn more. All right, one more story for you before we end the first hour. In the battle between Trump loyalists and the Republican Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, Trump just got destroyed. He got destroyed because the Secretary of State, of course, he's the Secretary of State of Georgia, has come out and basically delivered some cold, hard facts about how Trump's disinformation campaign led to Republicans staying home and not voting in Georgia. So in a recent interview, Raffensperger said there were 24,000 Republicans in Georgia who actually did vote during the June primaries, but then didn't show up to vote on election day. Here's what he said. They did not vote absentee because they were told by the president, don't go to absentee, it's not secure. But then they did not come out and vote in person. He would have won by 10,000 votes. He actually suppressed his own voting base. But it's so true. I mean, John, take it away.
Do you want people to vote or don't you? Well, I mean, we already know that answer. But you get that like some people support you. Like when you, and this is not a new thing, whenever Republicans do the thing where they try to stop college students from voting if they originally lived out of state, they do that because they know that on balance, it takes away the rights of more Democrats than Republicans. But every single time they do that, they do still disenfranchise some Republicans. They're just comfortable with that because they don't care about those people. But like overall in a close election, maybe do the thing that results in more of your people coming out, especially if you're as confident about how committed and passionate your voters are. You've been saying that month after month. Well, then actually rely on that and have people vote and assume that you can win based on that.
Yeah, it is pretty incredible, right? Because I remember prior to the election happening, there were a few Republican lawmakers who spoke out. I mean, they didn't speak out publicly, but they did speak to reporters to say, look, we're concerned that this is going to, he's unwittingly suppressing Republican voters by spreading this disinformation about mail-in ballots. And that didn't get as much attention as I thought it would. And I was curious to see if their predictions would come true, and it did. So at least in some cases, like in Georgia, where the election was somewhat close, Trump could have won, but his misinformation ended up coming back to bite him in the butt. And Raffensperger and his wife, unfortunately, are receiving all sorts of pretty terrible death threats as a result of Donald Trump attacking him. Kelly Loeffler and David Perdue are demanding that he step down, even though he did his job appropriately. There was no widespread voter fraud. One message sent to him and his wife read this: your husband deserves to face a firing squad. Wow. You better not botch this recount, another message read. Your life depends on it, a third message sent to the Republican official's wife said. The Raffenspergers should be put on trial for treason and face execution. So that's what they're unfortunately dealing with. But I do give him a great deal of credit. I don't agree with him on policies. We're not in the same political party, but I do give him quite a bit of credit for sticking to his guns and understanding the importance of maintaining our democratic process. It's hard to come by in government these days, especially among Republicans. Post game is next, free for everyone. We'll see you there.
Everyone who contributes at tyt.com/go helps to get the progressive message out. You guys are the best. So let me do shout outs here. Mark H. in Maryland, $50. William in West Virginia, $27. Carissa in Oklahoma, $5. Jude in California, $50. Robin in New Jersey, $50. Steven in California, $420. We love you guys. You help us beat back all the right wingers with all their billionaire money. Let's do it together at tyt.com/go.
PragerU is a right-wing media outlet that gets $20 to $25 million a year from billionaire backers. TYT doesn't have billionaires cutting us checks, but the good news is that we don't need them. Okay. Bring it down. TYT can beat the right-wing media and their billionaire funders with contributions of just $200,000 a month from TYT fans donating to tyt.com/go. And we're already halfway to our goal. Look, whether you give $3 or $3,000, your contribution helps us press on. And it might sound like it's a lot of money, but remember, it's only 10% of what they get from billionaires in these giant checks. And with 10% of their money, we're mauling them. And we can continue to get that progressive message out to everybody. And since we're only accountable to you, our fans, and not to corporate backers, we can cover topics like Medicare for All, Green New Deal, and definitely getting money out of politics.
When somebody's the president of the United States, the authority is total, and that's the way it's got to be.
2020 is everything. Everything will be decided in 2020, and then we'll either have pessimism a long time, or we'll have optimism.
There is some good news when it comes to elections throughout the country, especially for progressives.
He's struggling in polls. He's trailing Joe Biden in many of these battleground states. And he knows that if he makes it difficult for voters to cast their ballots, especially as we're dealing with this pandemic, well, maybe it'll give him an edge over Biden.
We need to get rid of these people who are in office, who enable these systems that continue to oppress us. Start using your votes and your dollars for the people who want to preserve your community and your humanity.
Defiance is what you need in order to fight for what you know is right. The fight never ends.
Progressive candidates come on this show, we help them, and they've at least got a fighter's chance.
Expand the squad.
Here we go, Squad 2.0. Corey Bush, Jamal Bowman.
And this is why what Cenk and the Young Turks are doing is so important.
This time, it's real. If he wins another term, God knows what he'll do to our government, our democracy, and our way of life.
We need solidarity, and it begins with you.
Who's gonna fix it? Who's gonna fix it? Goddamn right. I'm back to gaslighting. Did you and I talk about gaslighting on Old School?
Probably.
That boss gaslit all his female employees. People who manipulate others like that make you feel like you're the weirdo. Why won't you punch yourself in the face? What is wrong with you? And you're like, oh my God, I feel so bad. Why didn't I just punch myself in the face and poke my eye out? I'm 47 and I just figured it out like earlier this year.
You figured out somebody was doing it to you or that you were
that it
doing
was that it would have been happening my whole life and I didn't realize it.
Right.
It is wrong to deny any of your fellow Americans the right to vote in this country.
Look, I tell you guys, most important thing is voting in primaries. Primaries.
I hope every American will vote for the candidate and party of his choice, but vote.
We cannot continue to complain about corruption and complain about what's happening in this country and continue to vote for it.
Let's get it right this time. It could be a moment of redemption for what happened in 2016.
Oh yeah, it's members. It's open to the public, but I'm gonna read some member comments right now because they're awesome and I didn't get to them during the main show. So When we go back to a 2-hour show, does this mean the postgame will become Anna's woodworking hour? I'd pay to watch that. That's what Effectos wrote in, and the answer is yes. So if you are not a member yet and you want some scintillating woodworking videos, definitely become a member. tyt.com/join. Who wouldn't?
You know, related to that, one thing I almost live streamed. I got a new bike recently that was shipped to me, and I had to assemble it. And I thought that might be a fun thing to live stream, me putting this together, and I didn't, and I'm very glad that I didn't, because it took a long time, and I dropped everything a million times, and I did a mediocre job. But you should with your woodworking.
I love anything that requires you to like build something. I think it's pretty cool. And one of the hottest things my husband ever said was like one of his jobs in between like baseball seasons was to like assemble motorcycles. And I don't know, I'm not even a motorcycle fan, but I thought that was so sexy. Like,
You should just you could have an old bike as art inside of your house. You can assemble it.
Oh, he can assemble it, that's right. All right, well, let's move on. I have other news to get to, including Thanksgiving. Why do leftists hate it, according to Charlie Kirk? So, Charlie Kirk, much like other conservatives, loves to scaremonger about how the left allegedly wants to destroy the holidays. And the latest example is Thanksgiving. And so what's his evidence for why the left allegedly hates Thanksgiving? Let's watch.
The left has always hated Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving can be interpreted as a religious holiday if you believe in giving thanks to a creator. But they hate Thanksgiving because they believe there is nothing you should be thankful for in America. This is an awful place. It is cancerous, rotten to the core. Tear it all down, burn it from within. Why would you be thankful? Instead, we need a revolution. Remember, as the Students for a Democratic Society radicals once wrote in the 1960s, they said, conflict is the origin of everything. What happens when you're thankful? By definition, you're less likely to be involved and engaged in conflict. Thanksgiving is supposed to de-escalate any sort of pre-existing issues in our country. And now they're using the virus as an excuse for you not to be thankful.
He is so bad on camera, my God, he's terrible at this. It's not a difficult job, he's so bad.
My favorite thing about that video is how he's not saying anything substantive at all. Like he's just screaming like about nonsense with no evidence, making all sorts of crazy accusations. But he's doing it while like holding a pen, like, holding a pen, and he takes these long pauses to look at his computer, like hold on. Let me reevaluate my notes for a second, okay? Very serious pause.
It has to be talking
here.
points.
And then he looks back at the camera and says more lunatic stuff that makes no sense. Like you had to look at your notes, you had to look at your computer to remember your lunatic talking points.
Yeah, that you're making up. Yeah, my favorite thing is that I'm glad you reminded me of the pen. In one of the videos I saw him, I've seen like 3 videos from that show, which I still can't believe exists. Every time I see it, I think, my God, how is this a thing? He once, because like you're supposed to get fired up on camera, he once took his pen and he did this. Because he was so mad, and it just made me really sad for him, and his whole demeanor and look makes me really sad. I described it this morning as like he woke up on the beach 5 minutes late to do his show. That's the vibe I'm getting off of him. Oh my God, I don't know how that's a thing. This is what you get when billionaires decide who your media figures are and not organic.
No, all kidding aside, just look at him for a second.
He looks like hell.
No, like someone needs to do a wellness check. And I'm not kidding. I know it sounds like I am. I'm being 100% serious. His hair is constantly a mess. He has like ramblings of a madman on the whiteboard behind him. Like what is he writing? What is he talking about? He's accusing people of. The left hates Thanksgiving because they don't believe there's anything to be thankful for. Okay, cool. Can you like quote one of these leftists that, said something along those lines? Can you provide any,
Are we thankful for cancel culture or something?
It's
Don't we love communism? Like we're thankful for something, right? Even in your twisted worldview, we're thankful for kale, almond milk. Like, we're thankful for something.
Before I saw that video, I thought his argument was going to be, oh, the left, they don't like Thanksgiving because of all of the murder and all of the massacres of Native Americans. How dare they? I thought he was going to go in that direction, where I would be like, okay, he's got a good point. The left does critique the whole notion, like how Thanksgiving came about. And I think that that's a valid critique for sure. But if you take history out of it and you just focus on what Thanksgiving has become, right, on a very surface level, superficial level, who doesn't love getting together with their families to share a delicious meal? Right?
Yeah.
Whether you're vegan, whether you're not a vegan, whether you like mac and cheese. By the way, if you don't like mac and cheese, you're not invited to my Thanksgiving. Who are you? Why would you even be there? But no, I mean, obviously I'm kidding.
Oh my God, I'm so hungry right now.
That looks so good right now.
Who put this up? This is making me so hungry.
It's
so stupid. The whole thing, he's not one of the better right-wing grifters on video. It turns out like this is not a difficult thing. Doing right-wing grift on video is not that difficult, but there is a threshold, I guess, and not everybody reaches it. And so he's doing a thing where they need to come up with some sort of social issue to be furious about. And if you can tie it to religion, even better, because so many of your followers are religious. He did this, he tied this to religion in the most ham-fisted way possible to keep it on brand with Thanksgiving, where he says, it could be interpreted as a religious holiday if you think of giving thanks to your creator. Like, okay, and I guess Christmas is technically still religious if you think about that God gave us the present of life. Like, no, it's not a religious thing, it's just not. And so the actual debate that we're having is, should people have big family gatherings?
Right.
And he doesn't want to acknowledge that that's what the debate about is, because then he has to counter the very real critique of, you might die or kill your family members. So let's put that to the side because that's just scary. No, it's that they don't like being thankful for things and they hate cranberry sauce. It's clownish.
Quarter of a million Americans have died from coronavirus during this pandemic so far. We are experiencing a severe spike in new coronavirus cases. We have 11.4 million confirmed cases as of today, right, throughout the pandemic. And so, giving Americans advice on how to protect themselves and their loved ones during the holidays is common sense. It shouldn't be offensive, it shouldn't be a big deal. And quite honestly, if you're one of the people who's like, this is too much government meddling in my personal life, stop being a baby. Like, seriously, stop being a child. I'm getting together with my family on Thanksgiving, okay? It's a small gathering. We're all super responsible. We're constantly wearing our masks. We don't go out and we don't dine indoors at restaurants. We just avoid any and all risky behavior. We're gonna all get tested before we get together for Thanksgiving. It's literally just my immediate family. And we're gonna enjoy our Thanksgiving like we do every year. Like responsible, rational adults. For the right wingers who can't manage their own lives and get a little bit of advice on how to keep themselves safe from medical experts, if you're losing your mind over that, how do you function day to day? How do you function day to day? You have agency over your own life. So get it together and stop crying. And more importantly, stop buying into the scaremongering from lunatics like Charlie Kirk, who quite honestly, and I'm being serious here, needs someone to check in on him. He is not well.
It's been a rough year, man. I like that at least out of all the right wingers, he's being visibly and physically affected the way we are.
Speak for yourself, John. I don't feel like I'm being physically affected. Who are you?
She's improved this year.
No, I haven't improved, but I think I'm hanging in there, okay? All right, well, let's move on to our next story. So Fox and Friends usually goes along with everything Donald Trump wants. Every once in a while, maybe a little bit of critique, maybe contradicting some of Trump's lies. And that certainly happened recently when Brian Kilmeade, of all people, made a point that I'm sure Donald Trump is not gonna be too happy about. Let's watch.
Here's the thing. I think for the President of the United States, while he continues to fight on, and this is probably going to be the end of the week for Pennsylvania if they don't produce something, I think it's going to, in the country's best interest, if he starts coordinating on the virus and starts coordinating with security with the Biden team and just brief them. Because on the virus, we're going to be able to get this out as soon as 2 weeks. We need to coordinate on the transportation and implementation, and he'll see how thorough the planning has been, so we don't drop the ball in a little while.
So Trump still refuses to concede the general election to Joe Biden, and as a result, the transition process has been hindered, and Biden is not receiving the intelligence briefings he needs to receive. He's not able to move forward with the planning and coordination necessary to effectively battle the coronavirus pandemic. And it's kind of shocking to hear Brian Kilmeade, again, one of these Trump loyalists on Fox News, just speak clearly about how important it is for Trump to allow this transition process to move forward. So I don't think Trump is going to listen to that because he's using his disinformation campaign about unfounded, widespread voter fraud in order to raise money from his base. And they're falling for it, hook, line, and sinker. And it's beyond frustrating because it could lead to a dangerous situation down the line where people get violent because they genuinely think Trump is telling the truth about the election. He's not.
Yeah, the longer this goes, they've invested so much of their hopes in the fact that it's going to be overturned, but it's not going to be. And so that is going to be a big crashing point for a lot of people. I wonder if Brian Kilmeade is going to not apologize for this because that would draw too much attention to it, but say something tomorrow to try to reverse it, because it's really like a double sin. The first sin is what you were talking about, the fact that he's acknowledging that Trump is probably going to not be the president. That is like the worst thing you can do. But the secondary one is the way he's talking about the pandemic, they're also not supposed to either. He's saying we need to have this transition so they can coordinate because that's important, but that's not supposed to be important. It's not supposed to be urgent because the pandemic's not a bad thing. It's not something that you need to worry about. That's the weird tightrope act that Trump wanting credit for the vaccine has to walk too. It's that you want credit for something that you're saying is really important, but it addresses something that's mostly a hoax and isn't really killing people, and the doctors are just making it up to make more money and all of that. It's this weird thing where, like, if we need to make sure that this vaccine comes out soon, why? Because it's killing a lot of people, but we're not supposed to say that it's killing a lot of people. Brian Kilmeade, he's kind of like a goofball in some ways. He doesn't always think about what he's saying.
Right.
I'm curious to see, once he's had a little bit of time and distance from this, how he'll talk about it in the future. I mean, credit, I guess, for saying the right thing. We'll see if he sticks to it though.
Sure, I mean, but remember, we've now experienced 8 months of this pandemic. I mean, 8 months of actually knowing the severity of the pandemic, and Trump's biggest enablers are on that panel of Fox and Friends. So sure, credit, a little tiny bit of credit for finally speaking up and encouraging Trump to do the right thing. I do think it'll fall on deaf ears, and I do wish that Fox didn't enable Trump to the extent that they did, because you can't win with Trump. There's no way to be loyal enough to Trump. Eventually, he'll back you into a corner with something so outrageous that if you stand up for yourself or you have the audacity to say the right thing to protect people's lives, he will come for you. That's the kind of person Trump is.
Yeah.
All right, well, we have some more dunking on our agenda today, so let's do it. Ever since Donald Trump lost the general election, the number of conservatives who have joined Parler has increased quite a bit, and it gives us an opportunity to dunk on these conservatives because they are being giant babies. Now, Parler is supposed to be the answer to Twitter. As we know, right-wingers have been claiming that Twitter is censoring them. They hate the fact that Twitter is now finally fact-checking Donald Trump and all the disinformation he puts out there regarding the election. And so they're like, we want to go to a place where we can really exercise our free speech. So Parler became their safe space. Now, Parler shot up to #1 on Apple's App Store the day after major media outlets projected Joe Biden would win the 2020 presidential election. Parler has been downloaded nearly 1 million times within 5 days of Election Day, November 3rd. Now, the original push to join Parler actually began in June when social media sites started labeling Trump tweets as misleading. And so here's a quick example of various right-wingers who were like, join Parler, it's so great. There's Rand Paul, it's about time you all join the Parler app. What's taking the rest of you so long, blah, blah, blah. You have Devin Nunes, is this MySpace? Dan Bongino, join Parler, you guys get the picture. And Parler does describe itself as non-biased, free speech social media focused on protecting users' rights. And that's why Ted Cruz joined it. Watch.
Big tech has shown the ability to shadow ban or to silence whatever you say. That's why I'm proud to join Parler. This platform gets what free speech is all about, and I'm excited to be a part of it. Let's speak freely, and let's end the Silicon Valley censorship.
Except there's a catch. As expected, Parler does censor opinions they don't like. So one Parler user, James Wellmeyer, told NBC News, pretty much all of my leftist friends joined Parler to screw with MAGA folks, and every last one of them was banned in less than 24 hours because conservatives truly love free speech. Writer and comedian Tony Poznansky also received a ban from the app saying, free speech my ass. I literally said less than here and I got banned, he tweeted. And by the way, I should note that Parler has some pretty sketchy privacy issues. For instance, for people who choose to join the app's influencer network, the company may ask for information such as your social security number or your tax identification number.
That is insane.
That is insane.
I've literally never had a website, I don't think, that wasn't affiliated with the government that wanted either of those things. That's not gonna end up in some sort of massive con in some way. Yeah, no, it's just nonsense. One of the issues with America is that we create language that seems as if in theory it could be applied to both people, but it's only ever applied to people in the left or maybe the center. When people are acknowledging that Joe Biden won the election, the right wingers get pissed off because it's not politically correct. They don't use that term when right wingers get mad, but that's definitely what it is. Parler is a safe space, that's all it is. It's not about censorship on other platforms, it's wanting to be insulated from opinions you don't like. Twitter censoring, no, they say shadow banning. They've literally never proven that actually happens. And if you want the best demonstration of how committed Twitter is to never censoring things, even when there's a very good case to be made that it should be, Donald Trump has tweeted today 30 things designed to help overthrow democracy, and they put a little label at the bottom. They haven't even got rid of it. He's totally fine, he can keep doing it. He'll do it now, and between now and inauguration, 500 more times, they'll never censor him. It's just that grift requires victimhood. And so they will always pretend that they are censored, no matter how much extra boost and reach they're given by people like Mark Zuckerberg and all of that. It is pathetic. It's pathetic, but they're making money off of it.
Well, just one more piece of evidence to buttress your point or reinforce your point, John. Who's funding Parler? Well, Parler is being funded by wealthy hedge fund investor Robert Mercer and his daughter, Rebecca Mercer. So it is a safe space for right wingers to argue that this is truly a social media platform where all ideas are welcomed and no one gets censored is absolutely ridiculous. And there is a difference between censorship and correcting a disinformation campaign.
Yeah.
And I think that when it comes to our election and protecting our democracy, labeling something as misleading makes a lot of sense. That's not the same as censoring someone. Anyway, let's move on to something that I've actually been wanting to talk about. Because I think some of the language that's used to refer to right-wing gang members, for instance, referring to them as militias, is a problem because it makes them sound like they're good guys or that they're cool or something, when in reality, don't get it twisted, these are gang members. So, the Proud Boys have an initiation process, similar to what you would expect from some of the worst gangs in America. The same gangs that Donald Trump fearmongered about when he was running for president back in 2015. The same types of gangs that led to broken windows policies and policing. The kind of stuff that usually gets pinned on black and brown people in the United States. Now, if you don't know what I'm talking about, let's take a look at one initiation process featuring Proud Boys, and they were dumb enough to put this on tape. Let's take a look.
I am a proud boy. All right. I am a Western chauvinist.
I'm a Western chauvinist.
And I refuse to apologize. For creating the modern world. Gentlemen. 3, 2, 1.
Great thoughts. 1. Cheerios. 2. Frosted Flakes. 3. Cocoa Puffs. 4. I like it.
You're allowed to elbow.
So look, just because they look pathetic doesn't mean that they aren't implementing the same thing that you would see in gangs, right? Mm-hmm. That's what gangs do. They initiate new members by jumping them, by beating them up.
Yeah.
Now, the Proud Boys probably shouldn't be so proud of those punches.
Yeah.
But good for the guy who's getting initiated, right? I mean, that couldn't have hurt him.
Yeah, no, he looks like he looks like a guy who deserves to be punched a lot. Let's not skip too casually over the fact that they do look pathetic. Let's acknowledge that it looks really embarrassing.
Come on, guys.
It's just, I don't think that they're proud.
Do better. This doesn't make you. It doesn't make you desirable to women at all. At all.
Clearly, where are the women?
It's embarrassing. But that's the thing, like these are the guys who go around calling other men betas. These are the guys who pretend like they're the most masculine. I'm a Western chauvinist and I will not apologize for it. Well, good for you. But like, I don't know, correct me if I'm wrong, but it doesn't seem like the Proud Boys really have a lot to be proud about. Like it seems like they have a lot of insecurities.
Yeah.
It seems like they feel really bad about themselves. I mean, that's why people join gangs. People join gangs to have a sense of community. It's usually individuals who have like problems with friends or their own social circles or their own families. It's actually really sad.
Yeah.
And they're like proudly flaunting that for the world to see. And sometimes it gets super dangerous where they show up to protests and demonstrations heavily armed. And then other times, yeah, they look pathetic and we can laugh at them. But at the end of the day, we're talking about deeply insecure men who are being manipulated by like pretend strongmen like Donald Trump, for instance, or Gavin McInnes. Like it's just, do better. You have potential. I believe in you. Like get out of this mindset. Seriously.
Yeah, no, it's sad, and I don't doubt that every single one of those has very real problems, whether it's family problems or education system failed them, or they accrued a social circle that didn't do them any favors. And all of that, we as soft-hearted lefties can have a lot of sympathy for and empathy for. But once you do the initiation, I'm done with you. Once you do that ridiculous chant about male chauvinist or whatever it was, I don't even know. I don't care about you as an individual anymore. And I'm mostly just gonna laugh at you. I feel a little bit bad sometimes about kink shaming. Clearly, these are people who get off on being made fun of and having people laugh at them. They put the video up. Yeah. Doing the thing is one thing.
Maybe they genuinely think they looked good.
No, not a single one of those person watched this video and thought, I'm basically The Rock.
I like the guy.
I look so cool.
I like the guy on his phone in the background with his like fountain drink. He's like, yeah, I mean, I guess I'm part of this, but fountain drink and phone and cigarette.
I want some Diet Coke. I don't know, like it's laughable. And it's not to say that something can be laughable and pathetic and dangerous in theory. Clowns can be scary and you laugh at them too, but no, just like if you are considering at some point, if you're on that path to radicalization, which if you're watching this video, you're probably not, and you're considering joining a group like that, like everybody wants to be part of something, maybe you can join Dragon Squad, but that is the bottom of the totem pole. That is the bottom of the barrel. That's just the most embarrassing thing that you can choose as your identity. And I think it's sort of on its face that.
Since you mentioned Dragon Squad, it's not in here.
Dragon Squad is everywhere, Hannah.
No,
it's
someone you got called something today. Like daddy not drag.
Oh no!
What were you called?
it was beef dragon.
Beef dragon.
No, the whole point was to not have Anna end up saying that.
What does that mean, John? What is beef dragon? Are you beef dragon now?
What do you think it means? See, I'm uncomfortable too now. Anyway,
this is offensive to our vegetarian audience.
It probably is. I should be Satan dragon, tofu dragon. I don't know.
Let's just stick to daddy dragon. I mean, that made me uncomfortable initially, but I've accepted it. So let's stick to that, and let's not get even more uncomfortable with beef dragon.
Yeah, no, and I love that you brought this up in a conversation about the Proud Boys, which was the impetus for the creation of Dragon Squad. I don't know what our initiation ritual is. I guarantee it's going to be cooler. It can involve breakfast cereals, but I don't think we're going to punch each other.
All right, we're gonna do one more story because I love you guys and I love giving you the news. And this is something I've been wanting to talk about pretty much all week. So, if you think your job is difficult, I get it. A lot of us have difficult jobs, but imagine being a healthcare worker who has to go into work day in, day out and treat coronavirus patients, many of whom have bought into Donald Trump's disinformation about the pandemic. People who think it's a hoax, people who don't take it seriously until they're breathing their final breath. That was a story that was shared by one healthcare worker, Jody Doring is her name, and she did so through a Twitter thread that I want to share with you. She writes, I have a night off from the hospital. As I'm on my couch with my dog, I can't help but think of the COVID patients the last few days. The ones that stick out are those who still don't believe the virus is real, the ones who scream at you for magic medicine and that Joe Biden is going to ruin the USA, all while gasping for breath on 100% Vapotherm. They tell you there must be another reason they are sick. They call you names and ask you or ask why you have to wear all that stuff because they don't have COVID because it's not real. Yes, this really happens, and I can't stop thinking about it. These people really think this isn't going to happen to them, and then they stop yelling at you when they get intubated. It's like a effing horror movie that never ends. There's no credits that roll. You just go back and do it all over again. So I'm gonna admit, like in covering all these stories, of course, time to time you think about the doctors and nurses who are there on the front lines every single day, dealing with death all around them, dealing with patients who don't take the virus seriously, refuse to accept the reality of the situation they're experiencing. And it's just it's so hard to go through that every day and then hear Republicans and Donald Trump constantly minimize the severity of this virus. You know, I can't imagine how hard that is, and I give her a lot of credit for speaking out. And these are heroes. These are people who continue doing the work that they're doing, despite how difficult it is at this very moment to do it every single day.
Yeah, there's definitely a story that's a reminder of what they've had to deal with, not just in terms of the threat to their life, and many died, especially in the early months. Many nurses and doctors did die, but also just emotionally what they have gone through. And there's been high profile, stories about suicides of healthcare professionals during this. But this is also a story about the people who are having this experience that the nurse has to see. Like it's one thing to, say I don't need to wear a mask or whatever because you believe that you don't actually get it or something like that, or that it's super rare, or that you're too young and you're not gonna be affected by it. But I guess I sort of assumed that at some point that brainwashing gets washed away by reality. When you get infected maybe, or when you get hospitalized maybe. But these people are holding on to this as sort of their last thoughts, their last statements, as people that are about to go on to machine breathing and things like that. That is a level of brainwashing that I did not expect. And it's possible that some of these people might have ended up that way no matter what. But we've talked a lot about the culpability of people like Donald Trump, these Republican governors, and Fox News. And these sorts of stories are a testament to that, that generally people want to protect their own life. It takes very powerful manipulation and misinformation to put them in a position where they'll go to their death still insisting that the lie they're holding to is more real than the truth. And it's common enough that this nurse has had multiple experiences like that.
It's so heartbreaking. And it's heartbreaking thinking about, even if they've bought into Trump's lies, even if we disagree with them politically, I don't want anyone to ever experience dying alone in a hospital, not being able to have their loved ones around them. I can't imagine that. That is a type of pain that it hurts my heart just thinking about it. I don't want anyone going through it. And these people who bought into Trump's lies, end up getting sick, and unfortunately don't make it, are found, they find themselves in a hospital room, dying alone, without their family there by their side. Yep. And it's, how do the Republicans who have enabled him live with themselves? How do they do it? How do they think about all those people who have died and not feel any guilt, any remorse?
I don't know.
There's just something fundamentally wrong. I'm not one of these people who's obsessed with morality. We have to be moral, right? I think those moral evaluations are usually, done by Republicans actually, in regard to how people live their personal lives when they're not harming anyone else. But in this case, this is as immoral as you can get. You're literally playing with people's lives in the cruelest possible way. And for all the people who think no, how could Trump have lost the election? 250,000 Americans are dead from coronavirus because of Trump. Those people have family members. When you lose loved ones as a result of the incompetence of the federal government under Donald Trump's leadership, you get a little fired up in showing up to vote to get that guy out, even if his political opponent isn't that great. Just keeping it real.
Yeah, and I get so furious when I see people saying that, whether it's people in politics saying we need to work with these people who have done everything they can to raise the death toll throughout this. Mitch McConnell, who hasn't given a damn, and his lack of action has resulted in people having to go back to work and getting sick and dying and all that. But then also that we need to talk with and respect these people in media that we disagree. Like Tucker Carlson has spent more than half a year misinforming people to their death. 2 months into the pandemic, he was telling people that you don't need to abide by any of this. And a couple 100,000 additional deaths has not changed his mind at all. He did a monologue 2 nights ago about how lockdowns and masks don't help and you don't need to abide by them. There's no science that any of that helps, so don't abide by it. 250,000 Americans, and they are more certain of themselves than they were at the beginning. And why not? Tucker Carlson's audience is bigger than it was, minus the fans of his that are dead because of his advice. Still bigger though, and he's making tons of money and will probably make even more money next year.
Yeah, John and I talk about this all the time, but the incentives in this country are screwed up, to say the least. The incentives always point you in the wrong direction. Anyway, thank you for watching, guys. Old School is next. Thank you to John. Make sure you check out the damage report if you haven't been doing so already. That's where you'll get all the information about where Beef Dragon comes from, but you'll also get important news and where it's going as well. All right, thank you, John. Thank you to everyone. Old School is next. We'll see you soon.
What do? I get dirty every single year.
You are a beta male.
All right, welcome to Old School. Cenk Uygur, Ben Magnus with you guys. Our sponsors are shoptyt.com, where you can get the great "You're Fired" shirt for Donald Trump. I showed you one, except I wore 12 of them in a row for 12 straight days, I think, and I'm out of them. But you can get them at shoptyt.com. Also, sponsor twostrongcoffee.com/TYT. This mug you get if you buy 3 bags or more. 2 bags or more, you help progressive causes like Just Democrats and Rebellion PAC.
There's an espresso roast, right?
No, there's a French roast, that's Rebel Roast, and then
French
there's a
roast,
breakfast blend, that's the Uprising. But you read our mind because espresso's coming in hopefully January.
All right. So espresso roast before the vaccine for most people. And we don't know that the espresso roast won't mitigate the effects of COVID. I mean, Scott Atlas says any number of things that could happen. I suspect he might, he seems like a coffee drinker. So I don't know. I like to be right. It doesn't happen very often. Unlike you.
Yeah, that's right.
But I didn't think enough was made of Scott Atlas's appointment. I remember talking to you that day. And I was like, they just appointed like Dr. Oz. Sorry, no offense. I know he's important to you. Like to lead the coronavirus task force. And I thought, I don't know anything about this guy except that he knows nothing about viruses. Like I'd never even read anything. I just read the story and I'm like, oh, he's hired some clown. And then, of course, it turned out that Scott Atlas was some clown.
It just occurred to me that for all we know, al-Zawahiri is still alive. Because he popped into my head because you guys probably don't even remember. He was the number 2 guy at Al-Qaeda and the actual planner, as opposed to bin Laden, who was mainly the financier. And he was a dentist, I believe. So
that's right. Yeah.
So, I mean, remember, Scott Atlas might as well be a dentist. He has no specific credentials in fighting infectious disease at all. So I don't remember the espresso bean thing, or if you just made that up. But would I be surprised if he was like, inject yourself with 2 strong coffee and you'll survive? Well, that in specific, I'd probably be a little surprised, but not that surprised. Did he say something about espresso beans or no?
No, he's in trouble again for saying. But I mean, just for mitigating the situation. I mean, who ends up being a high-ranking position on the coronavirus task force, and then it's like coronavirus. Why do you think there's a task force, Scott? He sent a tweet, which he then clarified but didn't delete. I don't care about deleting tweets, but essentially saying, this is outrageous. I'm paraphrasing because I don't have it in front of me, and we need to rise up. To defend the integrity of the election. That's right, specifically about Michigan, yeah.
And obviously that's where the militia threatened to murder the governor. So saying rise up and get your freedom back in Michigan is, and the last part's a little bit of a paraphrase too, is deeply problematic. And then he's like, oh, what, me? Oh, golly gee, I would never talk about violence. I just happen to pick Michigan, and I just happen to say rise up. And then it sounded very similar to the language that Trump used about stand by, and calling those guys out who have the Gadsden flags for don't tread on me, etc. Oh, golly gee, they were planning to murder the governor of that state. What a wild coincidence.
So, I know guys on the right point to, violence by Antifa. There's just a couple of things they don't get. One, the idea that Antifa would follow the edicts of anyone in government shows a general lack of knowledge about where anarchists stand on things, right? Joe Biden says take to the streets. Go ahead.
Yeah, you're making such a great point that I'm going to interrupt you. Like today online, somebody was like, why doesn't Biden make them stop? Because they wouldn't listen to Biden. They have no interest in listening to Biden. These guys are all so top down that from the very, highest rungs of government all the way to the guy with no power at all, they all listen to whatever Trump says maniacally, cultishly, and would never think of varying from it. Whereas on the left, if Biden told Antifa to not do something, they would be literally 10 times more likely to do it.
Yeah, the notion that Antifa supports the Biden-Harris ticket. Let's find an incredibly centrist politician who's demonstrated his centerness for 47 years, and left of center vice president. Yeah, we got it. We'll follow them. So, one, that's crazy. Two, it's not organized. Three, obviously the right is overblowing it. And four, anyone on Antifa who commits violence ought to be arrested. Right? Everyone thinks that. Every sane person thinks that. So, just like Bernie Sanders said this weekend when asked about defund the police, he was like, "Look, no Democratic elected politician has said that." I was like, well, God bless you. That's Bernie Sanders, for crying out loud. So anyway, I pay attention to Dave Rubin a lot because this will make him happy. He triggers me deeply, 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 deeply. And he's always showing little videos of leftist violence. And to not understand the difference between a couple of random guys in Antifa, again, anarchists, they have no leader. And Scott Atlas or Donald Trump talking to the Proud Boys, or Scott Atlas sending not even coded messages, uncoded messages. Like you could crack that code if you're in the militia. Well, I don't know. What do you think Scott Atlas means? I don't know. He's not being clear. Who does he mean? So I got it.
What should we step up to? I don't know. Should we vote again? I know the voting passed 2 weeks ago. I know that's what I heard. How else would we step up after? Oh.
Anyway, I just can't bear it. I still can't believe that guy was in my house. Because I invited him. 8 times
Scott
we went
Atlas
to
was in your house?
Scott Atlas. I'd rather have had Scott Atlas in my house than Dave Rubin. I literally can't believe it. Yeah. We had a nice meal. We had dinner all the time. So are we done with Scott Atlas? Are we good?
No. It opened up 17 different new things.
All right, fair enough.
So speaking of Dave Rubin, he apparently is now obsessed with tweeting about against masks. I don't know.
Yeah, right. I know. I saw him because I can't help it. I was so good for like a year and a half, and then I don't know. You know what it did? It was that it was the tweet that Trump sent to him, like, "Hey, thanks to Dave Rubin for supporting me," and then Rubin retweeted it with a bunch of nonsense American flags. Because it's literally un-American to restrict anything, to restrict people's voting rights. And that just triggered it. I'd gone sometime, and then all of a sudden, I'm every day, not every day, but often. And I'm like, what did he say? What did he say? Who's he retweeting? And it even went back before that because I caught some of his interview with Donald Trump Jr., which I watched. And they were all buddy-buddy, and Dave was talking about how he and his husband met Trump and Mar-a-Lago, and how he and Melania were much closer than he thought, Trump and Melania. And he talked to Don Jr. and how Ben Shapiro or Candace Owens whisked him through, or Charlie Kirk. And I was like, what is happening? And I know it already happened, right? It already happened, the thing that I'm now reacting to. But, oh my God, it's tough. It's tough. It's tough. It's tough. Donald Trump Jr. Who's friends with Donald Trump Jr.?
Classical liberals would be my first guess. See, it's funny. You and Anna are more upset about it. I'm more amused by it. But every once in a while, I have. And so, look, I guess I internalized that he was a grifter before you guys did. So I'm like, nothing he's done since the first lie has surprised me. The first lie surprised me greatly. When he's like, I left TYT because I forget what his first lie was, but he was outraged at our content or something and was taking a principled stand. I was like, no, dude, you told me you got an offer that somebody doubled your salary and that you were going to leave. And I said, okay. In fact, I did say, okay. I said, good luck, go get him. And we'll even give you your channel, even though it's our intellectual property, right? We did everything. So then the first time he lied about us, I was like, what just happened? Why did he do that? That was so weird, right?
Yeah.
And because for folks at home, we really were friends. We used to play basketball, every Sunday together. And Dave had two specialties, come to think of it. And the reason I bring it up now is because the only vestige of my surprise or anything left is thinking about Sunday basketball. And, you know, he was a 3-point specialist. He didn't like going anywhere near, forget the paint. I mean, I don't know that it means anything. I don't think it means anything. And then he was good at blocking people from behind when they weren't suspecting it. That's true.
I don't even remember that. I don't recall that. That's good.
that one's nicely symbolic. Yeah, he blocked a bunch of my 3-point shots from behind because I didn't even realize he was back there. And
I mean, he was a good player because he could literally win a game by hitting 3-pointers, you know.
Yeah, well, I wouldn't go that far, but yeah, he was fine.
I mean, he was a good.
I don't want to give him credit for anything. No, he was totally fine. And so, and of course, the point of the story is that, like, it never occurred to any of us that a guy that we were friends with and close to would turn around and not only support the Donald Trumps of the world, but to then actively lie about us. I mean, flagrantly, massively, ridiculously. Because if you haven't had that happen in your personal life, it is unsettling when you know something is really, really untrue, and a guy's saying it with a straight face, and you're kind of stunned by it.
A guy who knows it. I mean, who's a friend. I just, you know, I mean, the lies I get, I don't know, man. I can't. Anyway, I went years, and then somehow the conversation with Donald Trump Jr. and then the bragging about Mar-a-Lago. I don't know, man. Again, congratulations. I'm a triggered leftist. Well done. Yeah.
And I want to congratulate Dave on one other thing. It turns out somebody unearthed some of his writings back from 2004 and stuff. And it turns out that he's not playing the right wing. He played us. To be fair to Dave, I don't know what's fair or unfair. But in reality, it turns out he was always a right winger. I mean, he had some outrageously terrible things to say on the issue of race. But when he was at TYT, he hit that 1,000,000,000%. He seemed like a progressive. He acted that way. He talked that way. Everything he said on the air, with the exception of Israel, where he was a little bit more honest about his right-wing leanings, he seemed perfectly progressive. It turns out he was lying about that too.
I mean, we hosted an NBA show together. The NBA. Who betrays the NBA? Yeah. I don't know. We've talked about it enough. Doesn't matter. But it gets to be. And again, everybody on the right with the Antifa. We're all against Antifa. No one should be able to hit anybody over the head ever under any circumstances, unless they hit you over the head first. Then have at it. I mean, then it's a fight. Don't have at it, but then it's a fight.
Right. Okay. So actually, I want to make a point about that too. So the video that I saw, or a couple of videos that I saw, and I'm sure there might be more, but there's actually a reason why I don't look at right-wing videos, because they're almost all doctored. So I'm not going to learn anything from it. In fact, there's a 90% chance that it'll be the exact opposite of what you're seeing. And so I try not to look at those, and they've lost all credibility. You know, you name it, a right-wing so-called media organization, and I could show you dozens of lies, to the point where, no, if they show me an article, I think the more likely situation is that it's the exact opposite, right? And so anyways, but I did happen to see a couple on Twitter. And so it does look like whoever it was, I know it just gets, Antifa's almost Borg the brand of anyone else. I don't know if anybody else cared to have a brand or anything, but like whenever anything goes wrong, like everybody's like Antifa. I have no idea if it is or not, and they have no idea if it is or not.
No, yeah, of course. Yeah, which also means So go ahead.
But whoever did it, throwing eggs and water at MAGA guys is just about one of the dumbest things you could do, right? Because
so lame.
One, what did it accomplish? It accomplished nothing, right? Number two, it makes you look like the bad guys. Number three, much worse, they then say that it is the equivalent of the Nazis running over somebody with a car in Charlottesville, right? what are you doing? And but number four, the number one reason why they shouldn't do it, or apparently the number four reason, is that those MAGA guys are dying to be the victims. They love victimhood. It's their favorite thing in the world. That's why they do projection and blame progressives for doing that. When in reality, I mean, if you say to them happy holidays, they're like, how dare you, mother? Right? Sorry, beep it out. Okay. Like, I don't want happy holidays. I want Merry frickin' Christmas. Right? So they're waiting to get triggered. They're the biggest snowflakes in the world. So the minute you throw the first egg, you've given them exactly what they wanted. Oh, we're the victims. Antifa egged us. We murdered 7 people in response, but oh, we were egged. We were egged. By the way, in this case, just to be totally, I know it's old school, but I want to be accurate. In the MAGA march, 7 people were not murdered. Okay, yeah, no, just needlessly clarify.
But who throws an egg? Throws an egg. And, I mean, better than a rock. It's harmless. And who throws water? I mean, it's just kind of dry. Like, it's not that big a deal, you know?
Yeah, I mean, water is wet from the standpoint of water. But other than that, you're really not getting much out of it.
That was very George Bushian.
That's a direct quote from Trump.
Oh, is that right?
Yeah,
what did he say? Water is wet from the standpoint of water?
Yes.
Yeah, well, he's right.
Actually, some scientists showed that actually water is not wet from the standpoint of water. But that lost me, so I don't really know. I didn't understand it,
but you know, videos. Yeah, I got it. There, you know, there was one video of this MAGA guy getting hit from behind, and nobody should hit him from behind, and I'd arrest that guy. But left out was that the MAGA guy started like 28 fights before that. You know?
Oh, I know. Yeah. And it turns
so anyway.
out, like, we talked about it in the production meeting today. Turns out, Andy No tweets something that Donald Trump, of course, retweeted, because there is no doctored video or conspiracy theory that Donald Trump will not retweet. And it turns out, if you run the tape longer, that guy who's got assaulted had assaulted people viciously. And of course they have it on tape. They just cut it when somebody finally punched back. And they're like, oh, Antifa. First the eggs. And then they punch back against the guy who's assaulting half the crowd.
Yeah. The mobs are bad, man. I mean, they're bad. They're bad news. So, yeah, I mean, the videos are all wrong. And that reminds me, it's like, and of course, the left is capable, obviously, of if data, if the understanding of data, and I love data, and I'm no expert, but I like it. I think if you're a serious baseball fan, it was ingrained in me as a kid. It doesn't matter if you go 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts. Like, you got to show me what you've done over the season, really, but what you've done certainly in the last couple of weeks. Like, you're going to go 0 for 4 with 3 strikeouts sometimes. But Twitter, like, is a world of, oh my God, he went 0 for 2 with 2 strikeouts. What a loser, right? That's sort of, and we and obviously the left is capable of too, because we see a video and decide that video represents, I don't know, right? And it's just a video, right? Now it's a little different with it's not, I think, substantially different, because the videos are specific to one profession with police and violence, because we're seeing the whole thing, right? Usually or eventually we see the whole thing, and we see that the behavior in the cases that we know about is outrageous, right? But generally, just seeing a video of it's useless, and everybody who's like, oh, look at this proof that, I don't know, whatever it's proof of. But I'm sure I violated it, but I never retweet a video ever or talk about it, because I'm thinking, I don't really know what happened, and neither do you.
Yeah. So obviously, I want to go back to Ayman al-Zawahiri, because it goes towards the power of media. Because I know it was a random thing that we brought up in the middle of the conversation. So he used to be the number 2 guy at Al Qaeda. We've all forgotten about Al Qaeda. But presumably Zawahiri is now the number one guy at Al-Qaeda and has been ever since we killed bin Laden. Although, if you believe Trump, we didn't kill bin Laden. Of course,
is that something he said?
Yeah, he was talking about how it was, something like a photo op. He even spoke out against the Navy SEAL team, saying everything was fake. And then turns out the guy who killed bin Laden has been going to Trump rallies and speaking at them as part of Navy SEAL Team 6, obviously. And he said, what are you doing?
Yeah,
Wait,
what are you doing?
I killed bin Laden. I know who I killed. It wasn't a body double. What the hell are you talking about? Oh, it just dawned on you that Donald Trump's a liar. Hello, welcome to Earth.
Yeah, right.
All right. So, but real quick on the point on Zawahiri is, it's amazing what the power of media, right? So no one has talked about Zawahiri in like a decade.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, 5 years, certainly, maybe more. Yeah.
Yeah.
Certainly, you're right. A decade. I mean, he might add a couple of mentions here and there when talking about Afghanistan, but yeah, right.
It used to be that, oh my God, bin Laden is Zawahiri and Zawahiri. Oh my God, the mad dentist Zawahiri. Oh my God. And Al-Qaeda's coming for us. Oh, well, he's presumably the head of Al-Qaeda, and we just never talk about him. And so when the media decides we're done with a narrative, oh, big bad Al-Qaeda, now apparently irrelevant. Anyway, all right, we got to take a break or end this show. God bless you guys. tyt.com/join, you get the whole show. Back on Old School, Cenk and Ben. It's a crazy week that we're talking about a lot of different things, including the Million MAGA March that had, apparently, was it 1,200 or 12,000 people?
Might add 12,000.
I think,
but I don't even know.
12,000.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, everybody online is saying it, but you got to stop calling things a Million Man March if they're not within the ballpark of a million. Yeah, right? You bring 875,000 people out, I'm good. That's fine. No problem. Call it Million Man March, right?
And so hold on. Let me just ask this. So I know you got to get back to the point, but is something wrong with Kayleigh McEnany? There. Now I've reset. So to tweet as the official spokesperson for the White House that there were 1 million people at something where I got it, man. If there's 600,000 people there and you want to inflate it to 1 million, I think we're having a pointless discussion, right?
Yeah.
Hey, man, you got a tremendous amount of people. Well done. But so something, what is that about the people there? What is it about her in specific? I mean, she has access to information. I understand the people who follow, I who are supporters. I do, to some extent. I do not understand that is it just a lie? And does she go home like she doesn't care? Or does she think that the media is lying and there were close to 1 million people there?
No. I know this with great certainty.
All right. That's why I asked.
So it's the bubble phenomenon. So in her bubble, 90% of people are saying, oh, Trump won. And every lie is considered totally real. And so has Kayleigh McEnany actually lost her mind and thinks that 12,000 people are 1 million people? Probably not. But does she think now that lying on purpose flagrantly is what her job is? Because that's what every single person in her bubble is saying? Yes, she definitely thinks that, right?
So she definitely thinks that it's okay to lie? Or
that's her job. That in order to make the president happy, she has to go along with his flagrant lies. But it's not just making Trump happy, it's making the base happy, right?
Yeah.
And so there's two things to that. One is the proximate cause. The story that I read that I thought was most illuminating on this was that they're not allowed to use the word Biden in the White House. They say if anybody says Joe Biden's name, Trump gets furious and you might be fired on the spot. Okay. So there's, to some degree, almost a literal insane asylum in the White House right now, where everyone is not saying certain magic words. They've all agreed to fictions that they kind of know are fictions, but some have forgotten that they're fictions. And so it's a loony bin over there. And you can't underestimate the degree to which they're all thinking the same way and not at all like us. And that's why they seem so foreign to us. And then the second aspect of it is, in order to continue their careers, they're so, I think they're wrong about this calculation, by the way, but they think they're so neck deep. Well, the gravy train is with the Trump base. So if I want to continue making money, and hopefully lots of money, I'm going to take some sort of position that is to egg on the Trump base, funded by a right-wing billionaire or a think tank or a Trump organization, etc. They're in for a penny, in for a pound. Now, the reason I think they're wrong about that is I think CNN will hire her in a second. She just doesn't realize it. They'd be thrilled to hire her. Oh, they're like, oh, yes, now come live for us. That's great. It's a great idea. I love it. Okay.
So that's an interesting question, and I would like us to wager on it because I think they won't, but I do not feel super confident. So I think it'd be a fun bet. Like, does she get hired at a mainstream place that isn't Fox in the 6 months after he leaves office?
Yeah, let's say a year. And since I'm the fairest man in America, I'll give you even odds. Okay, $20 straight up.
All right.
Okay, I say she
write
gets
that
hired.
one down on a. I'm going to write that down on a pad. I will not be able to locate.
In fact, I found one of your pads at my house.
Sure you did. Yeah.
Looks really good. I'm going to return to you the next time I see you in 2022.
Yeah, have it. That's all yours. Don't just start writing it. Go nuts.
Okay. Anyway, so. And look, it's true for progressives too. So in Congress, nobody's going to challenge Nancy Pelosi from the left. The only challenge that was even contemplated, and the votes on Wednesday, was Hakeem Jeffries challenging her from the right. And so why don't progressives challenge Nancy Pelosi? Because now they're in a different bubble. They're in the Washington bubble. And in the Washington bubble, challenging Nancy Pelosi is unspeakable. You would be a monster of monsters to do that. And it violates every code and every piece of etiquette the Democratic Party has for progressives. And the media would pile on. Everybody would hate you, right? But what they forget is the rest of the country doesn't live in Washington. We don't care about that etiquette at all. And we find it weird, super weird, that none of them have ever challenged Nancy Pelosi on a goddamn thing. So they're in the wrong bubble, and bubbles are incredibly powerful, their effect on human psychology.
So there is for the last really since 1994 and the contract with America is that I know a lot of people on the left are motivated to defend Nancy Pelosi because she is in many ways defined by her foes, right? Her political foes, who's starting with Newt Gingrich and that guy too. I mean, what is he looking for? I mean, again, this was a guy who cared about government and has completely abandoned the reservation, like Giuliani, who we'll talk about. I mean, it wasn't even you know what I'm saying about Newt. So I got to remember not to use that language there. Use that against me. But I don't. I can't remember what I was going to say. It was good though. What'd you just say? Pelosi, right? So I know a lot of people on the left who praise Pelosi because of the viciousness of the right to her, right? And there's a fair amount of sexism in that, same as Hillary Clinton. And so you instinctively defend her because you're repulsed in many ways by the leading figures who try to marginalize her. But I am struck now, and I don't hold her responsible for what happened in the House. I mean, she's not really in charge of the campaigns. But overall, you just have to look at Democratic leadership and look at a party that's won seven of the last 8 elections, has a majority, and doesn't have one in the Senate. An indictment to some extent of the people who've been leading the Democratic Party, and that would include her. But there is you're definitely right. There is a knee-jerk reaction to, oh, we love Pelosi, and I just think but we're losing. Like, I mean, it's not personal. Obama just said, remember when you're a president, I said on 60 Minutes, you're a public servant and you hold that job until it's your time to go. And, a guy has, obviously got a great rhetorical flourish, but I mean, in politics, at some point, it's your time to go, right? And for Nancy Pelosi, if she's not speaker, she's not going to stay in Congress. But like, you're not obligated to have that job. In fact, you probably shouldn't have that job forever. And when Democrats lose 1,000 House seats, over the course of a decade in state legislatures around the country, and lose the ability to redistrict, lose the ability to stop draconian laws that restrict a woman's right to choose, that restrict voting rights, right? That make it difficult at a bare minimum to register to vote and to vote. In a way that massively adversely affects poor people and people of color, because we're talking about poor people in many communities. So, and it's deliberate to prevent the people who were unable to stop that. It's okay to replace them. It doesn't mean you hate her, right? I mean, it's just you need a different kind of leadership, and obviously. That applies to a guy who I thought might be okay, but isn't, Tom Perez.
Yeah, I mean, really, Tom Perez is going to stay ahead of the DNC. But honestly, what difference does it make? Because if Biden replaces him, he's going to replace him with Tom Perez 2, right? Yeah. 2.0. It doesn't. There's no way in the world they're ever going to put a progressive in any of those positions, and until we win.
But hold on, let me just jump in, because let me just say quickly, because there's something to. Am I freezing? Do I need to reboot, reload, or whatever the hell we do, or am I okay? Asher, am I okay?
Well, for now, you're all right.
So, all right. So for now, like there's some. Yeah, he's not going to appoint a progressive, but there is. To quote you don't have to. Anybody can fight, right, and fight properly, right? It's not. I got it. They're not going to appoint a full-on progressive, but I mean, what I'm reading, and I don't know if it's true or if it really holds up in progressive circles, but, Ron Klain has shown an understanding of the progressive movement, even if he's not a progressive.
Yeah. Okay, now you did freeze, but at a good time, because I can explain the Ron Klain thing. So look, Ron Klain appears to be a good guy, and so he's Biden's chief of staff now, and he hears people out, and that's really important. And so Joe Biden chose not to pick a fight with progressives. So that's good. And in that chief of staff, you do want to unite her, right? Not with Republicans. You want to unite her within the party, right? But Ben, to your point about fighters, unfortunately, the only people they ever have that are fighters are fight progressives. Rahm Emanuel, Sherry Bustos, you name any aggressive Democrat, in our pretty much in our lifetimes, and they're aggressive against progressives, not against Republicans. Rahm Emanuel has never, ever laid a glove on a Republican. He curses. He's so tough. Oh, yeah. He called liberals effing retarded. Oh, he's so tough. Really, name one time he ever did anything to Republicans. Soft is the other side of the pillow. And same with Sherry Bustos. Oh my God, I'm going to blacklist all progressives. How dare you guys run against us? We're going to destroy your careers. We're going to ruin your lives. And then, by the way, she almost lost her own race. Oh, I'm going to run as a conservative Democrat. Oops, they had to put in $1 million in the last week to rescue her race because she was about to lose. So there's fighters, but they fight in the wrong direction.
Well, I got you, but you're not wrong, but you're oversimplifying it, because there have been many fighters who fought progressives, and the mainstream of the Democratic Party fought progressives. But there are people who are passionate about politics who are capable of fighting, and at times if you want, if it makes you feel better, you fight progressives. But I'm talking about what you talk about, a language that is different, and a recognition that you ought not flinch, right?
Yeah, I hear you on that. So but there's not even a conversation about things that would be rational and within bounds of reason. For example, in the Senate, they unanimously reelected everyone in leadership as if they just won.
Right.
They lost. And so a compromise way to go would have been Ed Markey, for example, right? So Ed Markey's on the progressive side, but he co-sponsored Green New Deal, but historically he's been moderate to progressive, right? And so he's not some radical, wild-eyed Antifa dude, right? As if any of them are. Anyway, but at least he showed he had a lot of fight in him, the way he pounded Joe Kennedy in the primary, right? He was losing, then he came back. He was losing by a good amount, and he came back and won by a good amount.
That's
so that would be a really rational discussion to have. But hey, maybe Ed's got something figured out, and he's a veteran. I don't mean of the armed forces, although maybe he is, but I don't know. I mean of Congress. He was in the House, he was in the Senate, and so it's not
real quick, just because I don't want to get too far away from that point because it will seem irrelevant. Ed Markey's wife is you ready for this? An admiral.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. Okay, so that would be a guy to at least consider, to think about, right? But no, the bubble of Washington, both for Democrats and the media, is Democratic leadership is untouchable. They're demigods, and it's hilarious because everyone else in the country, they look incredibly weak and ineffectual. But in Washington, they're convinced that they're right next to Maui. I watch too many kids movies. You'll understand that reference from Moana. Anyway, yes.
So I by the way, you slightly misquoted me. Not out of that. I don't know. I don't care whether I wasn't really suggesting that there have been great fighters in the party who didn't fight progressives. Obviously, there have been. But your sense of what you're right about is a direction, right? Obviously, there are blips in the direction and there are moments that don't apply. And if Ron Klain is an example that. And not that he's some great fighter, but he does, as you say, listen, and that could expand people who are at the table, and he recognizes that the future of the party is different than the future of the party 10 years ago, or at least the perception of the future of the party. No, what I was saying is that there can be, like, you don't have to be, I wasn't talking about the past, I don't care. Although again, you're right about it, that you don't have to, you shouldn't fight progressives, but you don't have to be a progressive to take on what you're facing on the right in a way that, by the way, will inevitably help progressives. Maybe not as much as they want, but there's a way to do it, right? And you don't have to be swinging from the left to do it. You just have to be aggressive. You have to be a puncher, especially a puncher when you've been punched. To me, that's, and I know it's you agree, that's just good politics. Forget the policy.
Yeah.
It's good politics.
So here, I'll give one last example, then we'll move on. When they did impeachment of Trump, we had to drag them kicking and screaming to actually do it. And they only did it when it touched Joe Biden. And then, okay, now this doesn't have anything to do with progressives. When you're doing the impeachment against Trump, you should have hit him with 5 federal crimes so that he then has to go on the defense and explain why he didn't commit those crimes. And actually, he's not going to be able to explain it because he actually did commit those crimes, right? And then we're having a conversation about how big a criminal is Donald Trump. Instead, they charged him with no crimes, which allowed the Republicans to say, wait, why are we doing impeachment if he didn't commit any crimes? Because they got no fight in them. They got no fight. They're not good at this.
I was just listening to probably NPR because it's all I can figure out how to get when I'm taking a walk. They all say with a very clear voice, the Democrats presented no evidence in the impeachment hearing, right? And you're like, no, they presented a ton of evidence, a barrage and a waterfall of evidence, but they don't care. And so that, to your point, sort of allowed them to say, well, there's no crime. They didn't present any evidence of a crime. That's what we're saying, right? And yeah, I agree. If you're going to do it and you're going to take what was clearly a risk in doing it, right? That you motivate the other side, that it won't work, that you're not going to get, you're certainly not going to get a conviction in the Senate. So you got to weaponize it to make it valuable politically, and enabling them to say there's no evidence of a crime, and him to just say it was a perfect call, and that to be enough, it just strikes me as kind of a rookie mistake, except it's a 45-year veteran making the mistakes.
Yeah, they're all 80. This whole system's so screwed. Well, the leadership of the Democratic Party in the House, Clyburn, Hoyer, and Pelosi, I think are all either right at around 80 or over 80. And
yeah, that's 200, and they're nearly 250 years old between them.
Yeah, a quarter of a millennium between them. Okay. So the reason is because corruption works. And so they're the ones who raise the most money. So they stay in power forever and ever and ever and ever. And the other reason is the media. How anyone could think that Schumer and Pelosi shouldn't be challenged or are master legislators. Anyone who doesn't live in Washington finds that to be the most perplexing thing that you've ever heard. But everyone in Washington, including all of the Washington media, is outraged by the idea that Nancy Pelosi is not a master legislator.
Well, again, I disagree as always with your the broadness of your points, but whatever. Let's ignore that for a second. But I brought up before I froze earlier Ron Brownstein, who was the national political correspondent for many years for the Los Angeles Times. I think he's with the National Journal. He's an incredibly smart guy, and he was suggesting, like, especially with James Lankford, the senator from Oklahoma. I think this was his point. I think it related to Lankford. I know his point. Lankford said very, normally in this era, we're going to call it bold, last week, that Trump needed to Biden needed to start receiving national security briefings. And if it didn't happen by Friday, he was going to do something about it. Right. And then over the weekend, after saying that on Wednesday, over the weekend, as you know, Cenk, he was like, yeah, I'm in no rush. Right? He's up for re-election in 2022. He's in Oklahoma. I don't think he's worried about a Democrat beating him. He's worried about being primary. And he got a talking to. And I mean, I got it. I mean, everything I say is going to end up, is going to work itself into your point. But I mean, come on, what's the worst that happens is you lose a Senate seat, right? And you'll be okay. You're a former senator. You'll make a lot of money. But Ron Brownstein pointed this out. Like, does Joe Biden really think that he's going to get these guys to be cooperative? And although I think Brownstein is he's always been smart, and I don't know how much of he's certainly part of the establishment, but he has frequently spoken in a way that is clearly he just figures stuff out. I thought it was somewhat noteworthy that here's a significantly mainstream Washington institutionalist journalist pointing out that, hey man, that the likelihood of bipartisanship is not just unlikely; it's largely inconceivable.
Here's what I would do, and you're going to see immediately why no one else would do it. So I'd get up today in the Senate and I'd give a speech about the coward Senator Lankford, right? And people would be outraged and they'd gavel me and they'd say, you're not allowed to say that about another member. And then I would ask for a point of order, and I would say, when someone is a coward and a weakling like James Lankford, you tell me what I should call him, because I remember him distinctly saying on Wednesday that he would hold Trump accountable. And here we are on Monday, and he's now backpedaled out of that like a weakling. Am I allowed to say weakling? What am I allowed to say about James Lankford? Because I'm going to say it.
Yeah.
Nothing that stops you from doing that. They're on the other side. They do it to you all of the time. But for some reason, it seems unconscionable for a Democrat to do it back. Why?
Yeah, I mean, they demonize AOC wisely from a politics point of view, right? I mean, it enables them to scare people in the middle. I mean, they misrepresent her consistently. But yeah, I get it. I don't know why the left, the Democrats, whatever you want to call it, the Democrats don't recognize the value in demonizing people who especially behave terribly. I mean, there's not a rational person who doesn't think Joe Biden ought to be receiving intelligence briefings. This isn't left, right? This is like.
Can you believe that not a single Democratic senator has gotten up and said, "Oh, you cowards! You all know Donald Trump is lying. Every single one of you in this body knows that Donald Trump is lying. You've all read the court cases. You all know that he hasn't presented a shred of evidence. And you're all backing his lies to subvert democracy, to destroy democracy. Is that the kind of un-American cowards you are?
Yeah,
oh my God, over there, your cherished colleagues. Those cherished colleagues rip your face off on a daily basis. For God's sake, fight back.
And it gives others an opportunity to go, well, Senator Huger's language was not the language that I would have used, and I would urge him not to do that. But he's not wrong. Right. I mean, it just it enables them to take a principled stand and be on the right side and use you, who would, be in some district where you always win. It's not theater. It's politics is not a bad word. It is the application of, in some cases, it's the application of political pressure, pushing and pushing so that you can get the things achieved that you think are important, that you believe in. And there is no question. And again, you don't have to be from the progressive wing of the party to recognize that. And you mentioned Ed Markey in the last show. I mean, whatever, give him the number 3 job. I mean, give him the number 2 job. Let him replace Dick Durbin. I got it. I'm sure Dick Durbin, there are a lot of things about Dick Durbin that are good that I don't know, but come on, man. It's okay. We could let Ed Markey into leadership. I don't know whether he wants it. I mean, for crying out loud, we could let Sherrod Brown into leadership. I got it. There's too much going on, but I trust that guy to be tougher. He is tougher at times. I don't know. I mean, Sheldon Whitehouse seems to understand the value of challenging them, right? But Chuck Schumer does not, or if he does, he doesn't know how to do it. And we see that consistently.
You're absolutely right, Ben. I'll take Sheldon Whitehouse in a second. I think Sherrod Brown has got issues, but I would take him in a second over Schumer. These are not hard questions, right. And the fact they're not even discussing it. And anyway, so I actually want to quote the LA Times op-ed. I just pulled it up, endorsing Christy Smith over me in my so-called congressional run. I say that because I'm so mad at myself for trying to do it in 3.5 months. Knowing what I know now, if I was going to take one shot at it, and it turns out I'm only taking one shot at it. Of course, in a sense, I wish I'd done it right. I had known enough to do it right. So they wrote in the LA Times endorsement of Christie, they said, Uyghur is seeking the seat to further the progressive agenda he has promoted on his show. But while we agree with him about the corrupting influence of money in politics and some other subjects, we find his pugnacious style off-putting and not conducive to a more civil Congress.
Yeah.
There you have it. I mean, I don't know that there's a better explanation of what our media drives the Democratic Party to do and why the Democratic Party is so compliant and not pugnacious with the Republicans.
Yeah, I mean, look, first of all, it's, as I've said before, you're one of the smartest people I've ever met, one of my closest friends. But there's also a way to be pugnacious. You're a talk show host, right? That's what you wanted to do. You're good at it. You've made a difference in the progressive world, a significant difference. There's a way to be pugnacious and be less than you, right? And we're not.
There's a long distance between me and the loudest, toughest progressive in Congress now. So
that's right. And certainly than any member of the Democratic caucus in the Senate. I mean, there's a lot of room.
Look, we know who it is. I mean, the funny thing is that the toughest, loudest progressive in the Senate is Bernie Sanders, right?
Yeah.
And he's a million miles from everyone else in the Senate. And I would argue he's a million miles from me. Like, he, in the old days when he was in the House, you find those old videos, and we ran some of them during the primaries, he's ripping people's face off. And he's saying, you sons of bitches are driving income inequality, you're destroying this country, etc. But nowadays, he's been in the bubble too long. He's a wonderful guy. I'm not blaming him for anything. I'm just saying, he refused in 2016 and 2020 to go hard at his opponents. just would not do it because they were fellow Democrats.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know how much. Yeah, whatever. There's unquestionably, certainly from everyone with a D next to their name, like an ability to be much tougher, and be less than you, and you would be pleased to see that because it would be at least something in the right direction.
Yeah, and it leads to a super interesting question, which is, can there ever be a Democratic Trump? And I don't mean the bad sides of Trump. I hope to God there's never a lying, self-obsessed, narcissist, sociopath like Trump in the Democratic Party. I mean, there's plenty of sociopaths already, but I hope not anywhere near the degree to which Donald Trump is. So I mean, the guy who can go into a room, command the room, take over, and be loud enough where you just break their talking points one after another, after another, after another. And the answer might be no, because Democrats are trained by NPR. So they would, even if you took like the fighting version of Trump and cleaned it up, all accurate, all honest, absolutely trying to do the right thing, etc., I think that Democratic voters would still say, no, he's just too loud, or she's just too loud. NPR told me we're supposed to whisper.
So here's where we disagree on stuff, because it's not that simple. And I know you don't really think it's simple, but I always bristle at those points and the establishment and what the media would do, because all of it is Trump. I mean, obviously, the guy's not a rhetorical genius. He's not a genius. He doesn't know what's going on, right? But I can't believe I'm about to say it. Similar to Bill Clinton and Barack Obama, his presence commanded the room. So there is a possibility for a Democrat to do that. They need the presence of Clinton or Obama, probably some degree of somehow having some celebrity. And then they just need to think differently. Now, you may say that that's impossible. I would say, of course, it's not impossible. We could settle on unlikely, probably, and maybe very unlikely. But, you know, and I hate to bring up his name because, you know, he went to prison and should have gone to prison. But Anthony Weiner, in the videos that we saw in Congress, had that in him. And I don't know whether, and it would have been very difficult for other Democrats if that guy, let's just say a guy who did that and wasn't him, if that guy with that background became a leading figure and a potential presidential candidate. I'm not saying they wouldn't try. I wouldn't say they might knock him down, but he wouldn't be assailable as a nut job. And again, if you can attract people, bring people in, and you know from the manner in which you talk and what you wanted from Bernie Sanders, what we saw in some ways from Bernie Sanders, that there is an ability to attract people who are like, that guy's got my back, right? The thing that Trump had, that guy's got my back. That guy is hammering away at the banks and the people who I think sometimes conspiratorially, sometimes correctly, are controlling the ability that I have to lead my life to the fullest and provide for my family. So there's a possibility. I know it exists, but the culture, where we will certainly agree, the culture in Washington as it is now certainly doesn't spark that. And so I think that if this person exists, that he will come from somewhere else and be charming and persuasive and have the ability to command a room and be 75,000 times smarter than the current president.
So one last thing here before we go, because it goes all the way back to the million MAGA. Look at their framing. They make us say it in every time we mention it. The 1,000 MAGA March. Anyway, so I just had Frederick Joseph on the conversation, and he wrote a great book called The Black Friend, where he tries to explain to white people the questions that you want to ask, right? And why they're not cool to ask, but that's okay. I'll tell you what the answers are, right? And so it's like a really thoughtful, interesting book, and he's a great marketer. I don't want to get back into his bio. Watch the interview, but he did something hilarious 2 years ago. He went in New York with a Redskins shirt, but instead of the logo that they used to have, he put a white person in, and it said Caucasians underneath it. But otherwise, it looked just like the Washington T-shirt, right? People were furious at him.
Really?
He's like, he didn't know what was going to happen, right? And he's like 6 guys almost crossed the street to beat him up. And he's like, it just says Caucasians. Doesn't say anything bad. Caucasian doesn't imply anything bad. The guy looks perfectly normal in the logo, right? It's just
no one could argue it's a slur.
Yeah, it's not a slur. Whereas Redskins is actually a slur, right? And that goes to privilege. And so when they do the march and they do the violence, they view like, well, it's my country. I can do whatever I want. Antifa throws one egg. No, you don't have that privilege. So you're the violent ones, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And again, throwing the eggs is a terrible idea because they will get triggered at the word Caucasian, let alone eggs, et cetera. They can't wait to be the victims. They're like, you have a white guy on your shirt and you're black. I hate you. Like, what?
So I agree. Obviously, it's a great story, and I want to know more about it. 2 things I got to say. One, because we teased it, although normally that doesn't matter. I still hate the word privilege. I love the concept. I think it is not strong, and it is easy to get people to resist it when I don't think most people would if they understood it or if they heard it. I know they understand it. If they heard it as hey man, just think about your advantages, right? And what that meant. Not saying you shouldn't have them, and not saying you should feel guilty over having them, but understand what that means and how you look at other people. But obviously that isn't clever either. But that word is challenging for people. And then finally, I just want to mention one thing about Rudy Giuliani. It really has very little to do with him, but on CNN today, my wife pointed this out to me. We rewound the show and watched it. We don't normally watch CNN, but since the election, it's been on slightly more. And Pamela Brown, she's the White House correspondent. She was reporting on the Trump lawsuits and the lawyers backing away from the Trump lawsuits, as you've been pointing out on Twitter. And there was a phone call when they were sort of, they were like, we can't follow. There's nothing to follow in Arizona. You were defeated by 12,000 votes and the election's over. And so he had a meeting of his election lawyers and White House staff, leading White House staff, his closest advisors, Deputy Chief of Staff. Mark Meadows obviously not there because of the COVID. And then Rudy Giuliani on the phone, right? And these guys were saying, hey man, it's over. Right. This is not happening. There is no path forward, as we've been telling you. And Trump yelling and Rudy yelling and screaming at these guys. And then somebody called Rudy, and they said this on CNN, an effing a-hole. And just that we've reached a point where on CNN, the reporter goes, yeah, they called America's mayor, Rudy Giuliani, an effing a-hole. And then, of course, at the end of that conversation, Donald Trump put Rudy Giuliani in charge of all the efforts at turning the election around.
Yeah, he probably thought that was a compliment.
Right, totally. Oh, my God. Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, he's like, oh, the effing a-hole. Oh, okay, that's it. You're the captain of the ship now. Look, peas in a pod. They're both lunatics. They both lost their minds. And so there's no way of talking them out of it. They've lost every case. I don't know when it ends. There's almost no cases left to lose. And so how long does he drag this out? But the one thing is, I agree with Michael Cohen, but partly because he agrees with me. He said he's going to go home to Mar-a-Lago for Christmas and never come back.
No, that's interesting. Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, that sounds exactly right. I mean, as you know, I've been saying he's going to leave and not come back. Obviously I didn't intend it this way, right? Let's be clear about that. But yeah, he has I'm going to take my ball and go home written all over him.
Right. And he doesn't know how to spell ball, but yes, otherwise, yeah, that's exactly right.
All right. That's our episode, guys. Much love. We'll see you next time.